Good evening. Welcome to the October 1 School Committee meeting. District Vision and Core Values. District Vision, the Barnstable Public Schools educates the whole child by creating a student-centered school culture that addresses students' physical, social, emotional, and academic needs by creating a safe and healthy learning environment in which students are challenged, supported, and engaged. Core Values. In Barnstable Public Schools, we value commitment, collaboration, and community. Commitment. We are dedicated to the continuous learning and growth for all. Collaboration. We work together while keeping student needs at the center of all decision-making. Community. We build strong, respectful partnerships that support student success. Item 1.3, video or audio recording of meeting. This school committee meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the Town of Barnstable's Government Access Channel in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 20. The chair must inquire whether anyone else is recording this meeting, and if so, to please make their presence known. Item 1.4, Pledge of Allegiance. Our Pledge of Allegiance this evening is led by the Barnstable Intermediate School envoys, Grace Coyle, Lincoln Riley, and Ann Vilsant.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome. We look forward to hearing from you about Barnstable Intermediate School. Make sure your mics are on, please.
Good evening. My name is Grace Coyle. I am in 7th grade and on Team Millway. I like to read, do arts and crafts, make earrings, and take photos. I'm involved in the Peer Ambassadors Club, where we plan and organize the Spirit Weeks. We make all the handmade posters you will see around the school about Spirit Days, dances, and much more. It has been an extremely fun after-school activity. I am also newly involved in the cross-country team. We have races against other towns, and this year we would be privileged to go to Nantucket for one of our races. The improvement I have seen in my running ability since the start of the club has been incredible. I am in all of the gateways, STEM, ELA, math, and future problem solving. The gateway teachers, Miss Contrino and Miss Andrews, are absolutely incredible and make all of the classes challenging and engaging. The teachers at BIS are just amazing. They are always pushing us to try our hardest. The last thing I would like to mention is the art department. Some of the past projects I've enjoyed include abstract cities with Miss Swanson, my fruit face and digital art with Mr. Fellows, and mandala art with Miss Gardner. Thank you.
Good evening, school committee. My name is Ann Vilsant, and I am honored to represent the 6th grade as a student envoy for BIS. Starting middle school has been such an adventure, but still so much fun. I enjoy my gateway classes that allow me to do more intensive work. For example, in my ELA gateway class, we get to compete in a creepy story contest. After we submit our stories, then other students judge them anonymously. This is a unique and creative way to express yourself. One thing I like to do after school is SOAR. It's a program that takes us to the Hyannis Community Center. We can do activities such as pool, ping pong, and air hockey. It even makes homework more fun because you can do it with your friends. This is great for students like me who don't have many friends from their elementary school in their classes now. Sports is another great thing they have at BIS. For me, it's field hockey. They are a great way to make new friends and spend times with your old ones. It feels great to be part of a team and represent Barnstable. I am so excited to finish my season. Even though I'm not in 7th grade yet, I am looking forward to the DC trip. As you can see, I have had many great experiences at BIS already, and I hope to have many more. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and good evening. My name is Lincoln Riley. I'm a 7th grader at Barnstable Intermediate School. I'm here tonight to share with you why I chose BIS. 3 days before I was supposed to start school at Barnstable, I was given the chance to attend Cape Cod Lighthouse Charter School. When my name moved up to the top of the wait list, my mom put my name into the lottery last year, not knowing how my 6th grade year at BIS would go. In my opinion, my 6th grade year was a great one. Although initially it was very overwhelming with how big the school was, I quickly figured out how to navigate my way without difficulty. I remember feeling as if all the 7th graders were towering over me like I was an ant, but I quickly started to feel comfortable and even made friends with some of the giants. The faces of the teachers and staff started to become familiar, and I began to feel a sense of belonging. I made new friends, caught up with some old friends, and met a lot of nice teachers. I excelled academically, making high honor roll every quarter, something I never thought would be possible. I owe so much of that to my amazing teachers on Team Covels who helped me succeed. When it came to making a decision about the school to attend this year, my parents left the decision up to me. We toured the charter school, spoke to some of the teachers there, and although it seemed like a great place, it just didn't feel right. I knew Barnstable is where I wanted to be and where I belonged, and those feelings never changed. I chose BIS because of the friendly smiles when I walked through the school doors, and the amazing staff throughout the whole school, and the wonderful teachers who are always pushing me to work harder. Walking into BIS the first day of 7th grade, I knew without a doubt in my mind I made the right decision. I felt like I was home. Barnstable is where I'm meant to be.
Thank you. Very great to hear these. We'll start with Jen.
Well, Barnstable's lucky to have all three of you, that's for sure. I mean, at your age, with such accomplished writing and speech skills, it's very impressive. You guys are definitely going to go places. My question is for Grace. Did you make your earrings? They look great. I love them.
Andre?
Yes, good to hear a lot of the things going on at BIS in 6th and 7th grade, and that you're excited about some of the things in front of you for the 6th graders. Really encouraged that you guys are participating in co-curricular activities. I heard about the cross-country team, hearing about field hockey, and that being a place where you're finding community, and then the after-school program, SOAR, where you're connecting with people in the community and making friends, so on and forth. Lincoln, that was quite a synopsis of your options. Our students are hardworking and put themselves in a position to have different types of opportunities. I'm thrilled that all of you decided to stay in Barnstable because, as I'm understanding, at BIS, you're finding your why, okay? Again, academically, like to hear about the Gateway program, along with our athletics. Athletically, that's something I'm going to be talking about. Our teams are doing tremendous, and I'm glad that that bridge at the intermediate school is happening, and you guys are connecting with some of those high school athletes, which was a really big deal for me, and maybe seeing yourself filling those shoes one day, and then some of the things that you're looking forward to. The staff members do a great job with the DC trip, and that's been something that's been spearheaded in the last couple of years, and I'm thrilled to see that it's a high watermark thing, something that the students are looking forward to. So great job, and I'm thrilled that you're still in Barnstable and moving on to further success.
Peter?
Yeah, you three are very impressive, very impressive. Grace, love to hear your description of Gateway, challenging and engaging. I love that. And you sound like a very busy kid with after school and, all the things you're involved. And likewise, I'm so glad to hear you're involved in Gateway and how it's, I think you said more intensive kind of work. I love that. And I'm glad you like that as well. And good luck with field hockey, etc. Lincoln, I went back. I have one more meeting to go in my term as a school committee member, and I ran 4 years ago, and I'm not running again. And I went back the few days ago, and I looked at what I had to say, like, why am I running? Like, what is it I want to do? And the number one thing I wrote was, I want to keep Barnstable kids in Barnstable. And you are the best. You should be doing a commercial for Barnstable. No one needs to write it. Lincoln, you just do it. Why you chose Barnstable. And your parents also should be applauded because they let you choose it. And I think you made the best decision. Very impressive. And if we're ever doing any media work, there's your guy right there. Go get Lincoln. Thank you, all three.
I concur. I concur with Peter. I'm so impressed that you were so thoughtful and had a backup plan. That was very interesting that you took your education so seriously as well. And it's wonderful to hear all the activities that are going on. And I look forward to hearing more about the work you do as envoys there. You're quite the role models for the rest of the student body and for the younger elementary students as well. So have a great year. Thank you for coming, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
We often have a picture in the front. If the students want to come forward, parents can take photos. I'll take one too.
All right, more from Barnstable Intermediate School. Tonight's highlight in education. We have people here from BIS speaking about the Mass Cultural Council grant.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Mike Andrews. I'm a 6th grade English teacher at BIS, and Mr. Arlington asked me to present about an opportunity that we have this year, and I'm handing out just a copy of the presentation for you to be able to follow along with. So over the past 2 years at BIS, we've been lucky enough to apply and receive a Massachusetts Cultural Council grant. Just a little bit about the MCC itself. The Mass Cultural Council focuses on creative and cultural sector and connecting with the public in order to do so. The council has a focus on providing grants that give opportunities and initiatives to advocate not only for artists, but for communities and organizations to work together, with their core values being around creativity, public service, and inclusion. So a partnership between the Mass Council and schools go hand in hand fully. This is BIS's second year where we've been awarded a Mass Cultural Council grant. The $5,000 grant is awarded to community organizations, schools, and other public serving groups with a focus on humanities and the arts to provide experiences and experiential learning for whoever that group is. So you can see the Mass Cultural Council working out in communities to put on festivals or fairs with local art groups. And in our case, we're going to be bringing art into our school with several different components to give all of our students at BIS that experience. It's an annual award, but we do have to apply for it annually, and they do like for us to mix it up a little bit to ensure that we are providing different kinds of experiences for our students. Last year in March 2025, our creative experience focused solely with our 6th grade. Our entire 6th grade, including all of our specialized programs, worked specifically with the Cordial Eye here on Hyannis Main Street to create themes of ELA specifically around courage, around upstanding, around identity. They worked with teaching artists from that program, and every student created a ceramic tile piece to represent who they were. The teaching artists then took that tile piece and created a digital mosaic, really showing that the individual is a part of a greater community and represented that through the artwork. We were lucky to get that print made with another one of our very close partners, the Hawk's Nest at BHS, where then Matt Kemp from the art department and Deirdre Eldridge, our K-7 librarian, are mounting that, and we're going to have that as an art installation in our BIS library as a forever piece to kind of represent that year's group. And these are just some examples of our students at the space in the Cordial Eye working together. You can see one of the panels of the 4 teams' mosaics there, as well as our students working directly with the local teaching artists and getting that kind of moment of real-world art experience with true artists and seeing that these kinds of passions can go somewhere as they get older. This year, we're taking a little bit of a different route. As we know, traveling outside of our schools can be very cost-intensive, and it can be very expensive. But we didn't want to give an opportunity away. So this year, when we wrote this grant, we are focusing on bringing folks into our building and bringing experiential learning with outside professionals and with these real-world experiences right within the walls of BIS. So we've been funded for another $5,000 grant this year. And our focus this year is going to be around the love of graphic novel, something incredibly engaging, especially at the middle school level, digital art and graphic design, and sharing our stories through imagery. We're also expanding, instead of it just being a 6th grade opportunity as it was this year, it'll be a school-wide opportunity. So every student at BIS is going to have the experiences specifically that this grant is going to afford. While we're still calendaring out some pieces, this is looking into a winter launch with a close-up in that early spring. So a great place to really be able to re-energize and reinvigorate our students on some of those dreary days with 3 different components that we're going to bring to life. Our first part is partnering with an online program called Storyboard That. Through the grant funding, we are able to fund a year-long subscription instructional tool called Storyboard That, which focuses on comic frames, posters, trading cards, all in a very highly digital, highly visual way to enhance student learning. In addition to meeting all the state and the district expectations for student data privacy, which is so incredibly important, especially in the technological age that we live in, Storyboard That has also been awarded awards specifically for multilingualism and the learning experience of students there, as well as with special education services. So the program itself becomes the kind of tool that all of our students are going to be able to access in a really effective way. As a part of the PD opportunity that is being provided on October 10th, Michelle Din, who is one of our technology instructional specialists, and myself will be running a PD for BIS teachers around Storyboard That. Every single teacher in the building is going to get a subscription for the year to be able to pilot and use this with their students. Part 2 is very, very exciting, especially coming from an English teacher. It has been quite some time since BIS has had a published author talk. And through this grant funding, we are able to bring a published author in to speak and work with all of our students. This one, we already have the date set. So on January 7th, keep your calendars clear, Matt Hegarty, who is a graphic novelist, will be joining our students and running 4 sessions with them. So by having him here with us the entire day, we're able to keep smaller communities to really engage the students and make them feel like they're getting this special kind of attention with a published author. Matt's talk specifically is going to focus around his strength and learning differences. Matt speaks a lot about growing up with dyslexia and the struggles that that provided for him, but then the importance of art and how art was his gateway into all of his other learning to then become a multi-book published graphic novelist with his latest book called Indoor Kid coming out this October. And that is something that Deirdre Eldridge, our school librarian, is going to work with to ensure that we get different copies of his different graphic novels into circulation before he comes to give students that experience. Beyond just him talking about his experience as an author, he's also going to co-create with the kids, which is a really cool experience. So because we'll be teaming 2 teams at a time for these presentations, there's going to be a lot of student voice put in there. And they're going to create a scene together as he works digitally up there to produce almost like a graphic novel page that our students are going to get to truly be a part of and that he'll send back to us later for our own writing prompts and imagery in our classrooms. Our final part of the workshop then moves into the students truly creating and getting to use these tools and these knowledges that they're taking away from our author. So in part 3 of our workshop, we are going to have Mary Catherine Starr, who is a graphic designer. She is a published memoirist, and she's also a Centerville Elementary mom and a local gal working with us. So Mary Catherine is going to come in, and she is going to run team-based workshops. So very small, just the kids, their teachers, the team, directions around how do we use art to tell our story and how do we choose the images that we want. Mary Catherine and I are meeting on Friday to kind of finalize out these big ideas, but she's going to be able to run 1.5-hour sessions with each teaching team there. So at the end, there'll be those 8 different sessions where students will go through with the goal of them designing their day in the life at BIS to then bridge all of this work with graphic novel, with graphic design, with storyboard that to try and make a real culminating experience out of it. At this point, I'd love to open it up if anyone has any questions about this year's Mass Culture Grant.
Jen?
I don't know that I have any questions, but it's an awesome opportunity, and thank you for always applying for the grant. I think, I can just speak from personal experience that the short pass and showing kids what they can be and opening their world for them at an early age is super important. And I just can't imagine that this isn't going to be a completely engaging project for them and, show a lot of opportunity. So thank you very much for that.
Andre?
Great presentation. I do have a couple questions. Success through art. So our students that might not feel confident necessarily academically, but they're brilliant artistically as well as academically, and how you're putting that out there. That resonates with me, and it dovetailed with a published author that's going to come in and share his similar story. As an educator myself, and I'm sure you hear this so much, the students, because they might not have a love for that particular subject, feel that they're not necessarily academically strong, which is foolishness. Okay, because they do have that competency, and it just needs to kind of be connected with what they are very strong with. And so I love the idea of our students who might hit that frustration point academically. They can't move forward. But we say, why not open up those creative lenses, and maybe you'll be able to access the curriculum artistically. I'm loving that. I utilize that as an educator, and I'm thrilled to see that that's going to be incorporated within this program. You're a published author at BIS. That's great to see that continuing. You had a published author at BIS that was on the staff recently.
That's right.
One Mr. Mick Carlin, riding the Duke's train.
Absolutely.
Who was able to come. So those type of things are tremendous because the students see it right there. That these talents, these skills, this creativity that you have, even though it's not necessarily showing up academically at this particular point in time, it's there. And we're going to find it, and we're going to cultivate it, and we're going to move you on to that future success. So I'm very excited about that. January 7th?
Yes.
January, okay. Yes. So I will mark the date on my calendar. And then the storyboarding for the students with their graphic novels that they are interested in. Again, not my competency. English, history, I'm talking to you, and I'll continue to talk. So I'm not very artistically gifted and talented, but the students so much are. And I like the idea that the teachers are going to be learning about how to do this, because those are type of things that I incorporate in my classroom. But I don't know all the different apps in the process. I know Kahoot. Kahoot is tremendous. Kahoot makes learning awesome. But it would be great to learn this storyboard and this opportunity for students to do their own graphic novels and have it for themselves. So those three things stuck out, and then just great presentation, and I'm excited about all these different opportunities.
Peter?
Yeah, thanks. Great presentation. Mike Andrews, as a lifelong Red Sox fan, you have a very famous name. And also I want to congratulate you just on your daily job being an English teacher in the middle school. I spent over 30 years teaching in Barnstable at various grades, and I spent 1 year as a 7th grade teacher. One and done. And I moved on. So congratulations on that. Just quickly, you're a very impressive speaker, and your enthusiasm for this project is clearly shown. And so I think we're lucky to have you. Thank you, Mike.
I don't have much different to add, but thank you for always seeking out these grant opportunities and for making learning fun for all the students in BIS.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Item 2.2, introduction of new Executive Director of Technology, Bryce Harper. Superintendent.
We have a second highlight this evening. I'll invite Bryce Harper to come up and introduce himself. Bryce started this week as our Executive Director of Technology, and we are very happy to have him. So Bryce, if you want to introduce yourself, welcome to Barnstable.
Sure. My name is Bryce Harper. I'm coming to you guys from Sandwich. I was in Sandwich for 10 years. I was at MIT for 7 years prior to that, and then dabbled in higher ed and teaching. I was adjunct professor before that kind of thing. But I've always been sort of interested in technology and dabbling in different things, even as a kid. And so even I took a break and was have some degrees in art, and then I came back, and I think that sort of combination of right and left brain has been good for me in sort of applying technical things to and that kind of stuff. So it's been a good run. I had a really great time in Sandwich, but it's good to sort of come and start a new challenge here in Barnstable, and I've met the team already, and it's been exciting so far. So it'll be an interesting road. Let's hope. Thank you.
Welcome. Jen?
We've been waiting for you.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Yep, no days off. Jump right in. No, we're excited to have you. Thank you for joining
Thank
us.
Andre?
Mr. King.
Yes, we know each other.
I know you, yeah.
We worked together
I did Mr. King's
previously.
onboarding when he came into Sandwich, yeah.
Yes, indeed. Had a good working relationship.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we work well together, so I think it'd be a good addition to the team. The technology side, just again, incorporating it, and I'm excited. I know that you are on the cutting edge, as you were when we worked together, and just in terms of artificial intelligence, and I want the students to be where the world is, not, in the past. And I know that you'll keep them right there. So welcome. And it is baseball season, and it is the postseason. So you'll be getting, the Bryce Harper.
Yeah, sure, no problem. My Twitter is already a miss, I guess.
Peter?
Just welcome, that's all.
Thanks.
Thank you for coming.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it.
Routine business, item 3.1, the student envoy report.
Hi, I'm Caitlin.
I'm Kathleen.
Hi, I'm Leah Reese.
So we wanted to start with, I see the video right there, but we did have a session where we were kind of honoring the AP scholars and all the students, the 38 students, I'm pretty sure, that won awards for, that recognized their scores in the College Board, like Big Future. So the awards were First Generation Recognition Award, School Recognition Award, and then, yeah, those were the two that most people won.
And there was like the College Board Awards, which have like different levels to them.
Yeah.
So.
With like distinction and stuff like that. So that was a mixture of juniors and seniors who won those awards. And then we also had a representative student. Her name is Kiara Campbell, a senior, and she was selected as a big future ambassador for our school, which I think that's pretty cool. And to kind of honor that and honor all the students who also got these awards, we planned to, or they made a video honoring all the students, and they plan to share that with Channel 5 News if it gets selected to be on air. You can go ahead.
Yeah, and last Friday we had our school's club fair, which was very successful. We had like a ton of clubs, probably around like 20, something 30 almost, being represented during like an hour block, so students could go around. There was 3 shifts and just go see different clubs that they might want to try. And yeah, it was definitely a lot of like fun and like good to get kids out there and like make them experience new things that they might not normally just go out and look at these clubs.
And I feel like it was very influential because I like just talking to some of the club advisors, they did say that they gained more attendees to like club meetings in this past week.
Yeah. We also had our school's open house, which had a lot more parents come this year than in previous years. So that was really good. Like the teachers got to meet a lot more parents that are more engaged. Yeah, so that was really good, and it was good being there and helping the parents out finding their students' classrooms. So it's a really good way for the parents to just meet their teachers and see where their students are during the day, and who it's just really good for the parents. Yeah.
Pathways. Oh yeah. Another thing we wanted to highlight was the pathways at the school, and how I know there are a lot more like rolled out this year, a lot more specific pathways. Like, for example, I kind of follow the communications pathway, like taking those kind of classes. And I feel like that just, the whole pathways idea as a whole is kind of makes Barnstable High School so distinctive from other schools on Cape, because I know it's not something that many other schools have. So I think that was something that we wanted to highlight. And it's a really good way to have opportunities for students who are maybe confused about what they want to do in the future, want to know more, or opposite that, they already know and they want to take classes that align with their views in the future. So yeah, we just wanted to highlight the pathways.
Yeah, also like kind of along with the pathways is the internships at our school, which are very like specific to careers that students might be interested in for the future. So the senior internship started last week, or
2
I think
weeks ago?
Yeah, this is our 3rd week now. So this is the biggest year that we've had so far, with 66 seniors doing internships. And those range from firefighting to, I mean, I'm working at the Chamber of Commerce.
I'm at the Cape Media Center doing like filming and stuff like that.
Yeah, so really anything that you're interested in, Miss Eastman, Erin Eastman is in charge of that, and she will find internships for anyone to go do that they're interested in, which is really great. One of the downsides that we have for the internships is that with our new 2-week schedule, it's very difficult for the sites to know when their interns are coming in and not. And it's like
it's like a constant question with my internship. They're always like, so when are you in again? Blah, 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 blah. It's kind of funny, but sometimes it does get a little bit confusing when planning things that we want to do for planning a lesson plan for the future.
Yeah. And then sometimes if your sites don't open early enough, they have to come up with lesson plans to give their interns when we're in the library.
Yeah.
And it just gets a little confusing, but it's been really good so far.
Some other things that we wanted to highlight were just like maintenance in the school. We were talking with the teacher earlier today, and they shared with us the fact that there was like $1 million budgeted a few years ago, and we haven't seen that in regards to like bathroom maintenance and stuff like that. I know that's always like a constant report that there's like the bathrooms are gross, stuff like that. But yeah, we just were more interested in seeing that
in our
represented.
4 years of being at the high school, the bathrooms have remained like constantly just to be broken, disgusting, flooded,
Peeling.
yeah, like, and they just haven't seen any, like, the locks don't work, or some just don't have locks, and just haven't seen an improvement whatsoever.
And well, I can't speak to this, but like, is it different in like the student and like the athletic?
No,
And the locker
like our
rooms?
bathrooms in Building M are flooded almost every day. Yeah, in the locker rooms, most of the locks don't work, and the lights are so low you can barely see anything. But
So we just wanted to talk about that. We also wanted to highlight maybe financial support for students, or how for some students it's kind of difficult to get involved. For example, like AP tests do cost like $98 to take per class that you're per class that you're in. So it does get a little bit pricey for students, and for most that's just like not something that is attainable for them. So
and certain clubs too, like I know Key Club has like dues, which aren't that much, but still like some students can't just afford to spend that on a club every year. And like DECA is very expensive.
Like they have
everything is expensive, like, and getting like clothes for it. If you want to do any of like the trips, like the power trip, it's almost like $700 to $800, which is really expensive for most students.
Mm-hmm.
Can we do this? Do you want to skip that? Yes. Okay. And as someone who's a part of almost 15 clubs and a 3-sport varsity athlete, it is very difficult to balance like going to sports and like attending clubs and just like student involvement, because it's all after school. So it's like hard because then your coaches don't want you to miss practice, but then it's like you can never go to clubs. And like this year I'm an officer of almost all my clubs, so I have to be there at the meetings, running the meetings, and then I'm a captain at my sport, so it's like it's just difficult having clubs after school and having with the amount of clubs that we have at our high school and only 5 days of a school week, they're gonna be doubled up almost every week. Something is gonna interfere with another, so it's really hard to schedule that. And also we're having there's a college fair on October 15th. And I know for field hockey, we have a game that day. I don't know about the other sports, but yeah, it's hard to schedule that because it's the second year in a row. So all the juniors and seniors on at least the field hockey team. I know last year I think football had a game the same day. It just makes it impossible for us to like attend things like these where you can't just skip your game because there's a college fair. But yeah, it just makes it really difficult.
And then we kind of wanted to end on a theme of how so many positive note on how so many of the sports have been having like games that are bringing awareness to different
so like
ideas.
Last Friday volleyball had a yellow game to raise awareness for cancer and
like,
childhood
mental,
cancer. Soccer yesterday had like suicide awareness prevention game,
and that was like kind of like supported by Hope Squad, which is at the school, which is like a suicide awareness club, and also one of the
Morgan's Message too.
and Morgan Message too.
And field hockey's also having a Morgan's Message sponsored game on October 9th, which is like Morgan's Message is a club that raises awareness to athletes' mental health, and so we have a game that's dedicated towards that, just for everyone to raise awareness for mental health specifically in athletes, whereas Hope Squad is more just everyone and
in the school.
Yeah, it's everyone. I know Field Hockey also is having, and football, they have pink out games during October. Football is on Friday. Field Hockey's is next Thursday, I think. So those are for breast cancer awareness. And Field Hockey also has a Pride game on October 20th, which is a really great game and a good way to like, for our school, since our school is so diverse and has so many different things to offer, it's a good way to just involve like our GSA club and all those clubs that do so much for our school.
Hello and good evening, everybody. So this is my first time being here, and my name is Leah Reese. I'm a sophomore at the high school, and I'm mostly here as an observer to get used to this process. But I did want to mention something I wanted to highlight going on in our school. So I am a member of DECA, and we were assigned to host an event at BUES. And it's going to be called Business at BUES. So starting next Wednesday, October 8th, we are going to host a group of kids and teach them about business basics. And I thought this was just overall a really cool event to bring up, especially since it aligns with our core values of BPS overall. So it fosters a sense of commitment. So the candidates and officers who are planning this event, the collaboration where we are involving regular members of DECA to come and volunteer and earn volunteer hours at this event. And community, since we are encouraging younger students to help develop what they're going to maybe take as their path in life. Maybe some of them will gain an interest in business and want to major or take classes in the high school that would lead to a business career. And it's going to be hosted every month, every first Wednesday of the month, starting next week, all the way to the end of this school year. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Jen.
That's awesome. I want to hear the good, the bad, and the ugly, because if we don't hear it from you guys, we can't fix it. So never feel bad about bringing up stuff that annoys you or frustrates you. Never feel bad about that. This is a safe forum for that. In fact, it's the forum you should say it, honestly. So it's awesome to hear even the bad stuff. So hi to Kathleen. Make sure you say hi to your parents for me. And it's nice to see Caitlin, too. And Leah, thank you for your contribution. I did have a quick comment. The internship, my son Dante is in an internship with the Cape Wildlife Center. And it's in the 3 weeks, it's completely opened him up. He's so psyched about it. Yesterday he went and there was a snapping turtle like this big that was hit by a car, and they wired its jaw shut because it was all messed up, and he was in surgery with a turtle yesterday, as opposed to sitting in the library.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's an amazing experience, and he's just loving it. So I think that it really is something that sets our school apart, and I hope that that's something that we can really get out there for others to come and come to Barnstable. So I just wanted to highlight that it's just been a fantastic program, and Miss Eastman, I'm sure, knows that, but this could not have been a better alignment for Dante. I'm really psyched about it, so that's it. It's nice to see you guys. Thank you. Bye.
Andre?
Yeah, just to add on to that, great to hear about the pathways and the internships associated with that. Some opportunities I was not aware of. Fire science and those that see themselves going into that pathway. I think we have a very strong criminal law program that connects our students that want to go forward into law enforcement and serve their community in that capacity. But it's good to learn about a fire science pathway and many others that we have, again, right here in Barnstable, where you can stay in your home community. So that's good, and just getting that message out for people. Sometimes they feel that they have to go to a different placement to pursue their career goals and aspirations, but when in fact we have many tremendous opportunities to even rival what's available elsewhere. Like what you said about the AP scholars, I do concur. You noted some areas where we can grow, and so thank you for that, and certainly to look into that and to make sure that that's being addressed, and that the students and the staff know that it's being addressed. And I know that we have our staff there that works extremely hard. Leah, welcome. I saw three of you today, and I said they're different, but you spoke last and you spoke well about the DECA program and the work that's being done at the United School. Thrilled to hear that this tremendous program, this award-winning program, is being pushed down, not just to the intermediate school, but also to the United School for those students to get that information. One of the things that we hear that is going on through the DECA program and that you guys are working with the younger students is financial literacy, right?
Yeah.
How is what, these classes and really going to help me in my actual life? Okay, and that's something the DECA program specializes in, does a great job, and to see that is now unfolding and getting out to a larger portion of our student body, intermediate school, United School, I'm all for it at the elementary school. So thank you for that share. Great work that's going on with DECA. I know it's going to be another successful season, and so I look forward to hearing about it.
Peter?
Yes, thank you, Leah, Kathleen, and Caitlin for coming tonight. Thank you for all that you shared with us. I love how you said the pathways and the internships. It makes our school so distinctive, and I think you couldn't have said it better, and it's true. I'm a big fan of those things, and the schedule has always been, whenever, I used to teach at the high school, whenever there were internships, the schedule, and it was so different, 6 years ago, it always presented a problem. So I don't know how you fix that. I just don't, I always, and you mentioned the AP test, I always thought there was a reduced fee for financial, those who qualify for financial assistance, but does that still exist? Okay, all right. I'm sure guidance can check in on that. Did you say you're a member of 15 clubs?
Yeah.
You're a member of 15 clubs?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. You couldn't name them, right? I'm not going to make you do it. No, I bet you could. Yeah, I bet you could. The way you looked at me, I think you could do that. And thanks for your honesty about the bathrooms. I had a friend who went to the Dig Yellow game at the volleyball. The place was packed. Mm-hmm. And she went to the bathroom, and it was a mess. There was no soap. There were no paper towels. And here we are. We have a chance. Some people only get to that school once a year, for a game or something like that. So those are the times we get to present ourselves to the public, the taxpayers who fund the school. So those are really, really important issues. The bathrooms, it's always been, it always floods, what? It's really, really important. And lastly, Leah, business at BUES, that's a great idea. Fabulous, and I love how you said it aligns with our core values. It certainly does. So thank you all for coming.
Yeah, thank you, and nice to meet you, Leah. I think it's great that you're coming as a sophomore, correct?
Yes.
And are you juniors or seniors? I can't remember.
We're both seniors.
You're both seniors, so it's hard to come when you jump into it full force as seniors. So it is nice to see a sophomore. That might be a good strategic move in the future, one from each of the 3 grade levels. That sounds great to me. One thing, all great things. I appreciate all that you shared. I did take a walk through the building a couple weeks ago because it was brought to my attention, and we're working hard, trying to come up with solutions that work a little bit more quickly. Everything is slow moving, but it is, people are aware, administration is working on it, and if they need, as a school committee, about all we can do is approve emergency funding or additional funding where needed. So they're working on a plan, and hopefully you'll see some improvement pretty quickly. One thing that I want to say is when all these different recognitions that people have won, the public needs to know that you students have earned all these recognitions through your hard work and your dedication and your study and your perseverance. So nobody wins anything, but everybody in that building has earned an awful lot, and also the respect of the community and families who are so proud of what you're doing. And I too, it's no secret, I'm chair of the business department at the college, and I wish I would have thought to go down to an elementary level and start recruiting. Your program is growing exponentially, and I'm well aware of what's all the good things that happen there. And if you need any support, or if you have anything that the college may be able to help you with, you should make sure you reach out. Your teachers know how to find us. And have a great school year. And we'll see you next month.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now listen
I want to take a minute just to address your concerns regarding the bathrooms and capital projects. Unfortunately, and I think the school committee members had talked a little bit about how long everything takes. A capital project involves some major design with architects, then it has to go out to bid. That takes another couple of months, and then there's an implementation phase. So it can take up to years to go from $1 million concept to an executed project. But in the meantime, I understand and want to recognize, like, just how you're feeling, and share your sense of urgency around getting some of these things done. We did experience some turnover in the Department of Facilities, and honestly, I think that kind of turnover sets us back. But in September, the Facilities Department presented a list of projects and updates of things that are completed at this point. There's a generator project that predates me when I started in 22, which has now been done. So I'm optimistic in thinking that we are kind of on our way to getting some of these major needs taken care of. And later on tonight, you'll be happy to hear that there's a proposed project to the school committee to design new locker rooms, which we then would come back and ask for funding in the following year. Again, it's going to take some time, but I just want you to know that it is on our minds.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Item 3.2, public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per individual and 30 minutes total. Public comment at a Barnstable School Committee meeting is limited to the town of Barnstable residents and taxpayers, Barnstable Public Schools employees, students, or family members. Speakers will be allowed up to 3 minutes to present their material and must begin their comments by stating their name and their town. An extension of the speaker's time may be granted at the discretion of the chair. There will be no debate taken or action taken on public comment items. The committee will take items under advisement, or the individual will request an item on a future agenda. The chair will also allow public comment at her discretion during the meeting. Is anybody here for public comment? All right, seeing no one, public comment is now closed. Item 3.3, school committee, subcommittee, and liaison reports. Facilities subcommittee report. Andre?
Thank you, Kathy. The facilities subcommittee met on Monday. We looked at the MSBA accelerated program update, MSBA accelerated repair program, and then capital projects. Dr. Ahern noted the locker rooms, but the entire list of capital projects that we have. Additionally, I just wanted to note that we were looking, along with our capital improvement projects, just about the additional spaces that we have, specifically our athletic fields, and what the plan and the vision is for those in and amongst the many capital improvement projects that we have. I know many community organizations use our fields. Some thriving community programs have had to switch location from one field to another field because of the work that's being done. And so I just want to let the community know that those projects are up, they're running, they expect to be completed in a timely fashion so that you can have access to those fields, which is the point, because you're the taxpayers. You pay for these fields. It's great that our communities are utilizing them, and just to kind of continue to be a part of the conversation. And I'm going to say some things during my school committee comments about our fields, and how they need to be accessible for our community organizations at a reasonable price. But I'm gonna wait on that. But it was a productive meeting. Our next meeting will be in the coming months. And again, the MSB Accelerated Repair Program and our capital improvement projects and our athletic fields along with them.
May I add
Yes,
a
of
couple
course.
things? Yeah, I thought it was a very productive meeting too, and the majority of it focused on the accelerated repair program that we will hear this month, hopefully, about whether we were accepted or not for our 2 roofs that we put in for that. The other thing that we talked about was the presentations that are going to be coming to this committee on facilities, and kind of informed from the strategic planning session that we did. We just want to make sure that that information is packaged in a way that board members understand it and that it's useful. The tool is useful for us to eventually decide whether or not we may want to go for a new school. So if there's feedback on those, please let us know. If you need more information or you need different information, we're just starting, so we just want to make sure that questions are answered. So I'm asking for candid feedback on that, so we can make sure that we're answering the right questions. We did talk about fields, and we have hopefully another meeting coming up with Dave Anthony to talk about provenance on those fields and other things. But the majority of our time was spent talking about facilities, buildings. Thank you.
Subcommittee on Policy met on September 26th, and the policies that are on the agenda later this evening were discussed. Our next meeting is October 17th. Cape Cod Collaborative Board, do you have a report for that, Andre?
I do, Kathy. The collaborative board met on September 10th, our first meeting of the year. The meeting was pro forma, but we looked, business manager gave a report, just going down here, looking at the beginning of their school year, convocation, like we have convocation as well, so on and forth. Let me just take a look. So again, our first meeting, opening up the school year, with the collaborative, and if anyone doesn't have any specific questions, I know that we have the envoy for the collaborative may or may not change, but until then, if anyone has questions, please forward them to me, and I will let you know the great things that are going on with the collaborative.
Okay. And Wellness Committee did not meet. Mike can't be here this evening. He's also representing the school committee on the CPPI leadership team. The CPPI is the Commonwealth Preschool Partnership Initiative grant, and I did attend that meeting as well as a backup in case Mike couldn't be there. The parameters of the grant were discussed, and their goals and what they're trying to achieve were just highlighted. And so that committee has a lot of work, and I'm sure Mike will be reporting on that regularly. Item 3.4, school committee comments.
I think I'm good.
Jen?
Thank you.
Okay. Andre?
Thank you, Kathy. I just wanted to start with some place that we're going, but I wanted to take the bull by the horns, so to speak, and address the elephant in the room, which is school safety. And it's a matter that I'm receiving a lot of feedback from in terms of the community. I know the community has lifted its voice and is really saying we need to address some core things. Again, as an educator myself, specifically with students at the elementary level, okay, this is something that's on my mind, second nature, particularly with our youngest members of our community. And so I'm just going to note a couple of the questions. I know we have a presentation, so I'm going to come back to these questions once the presentation. But the feedback that I'm receiving from parents in the community: what proactive measures are being taken to ensure the school safety for all students? What's the plan for timely and transparent communication with parents if threats arise? How's the district coordinating with law enforcement in these situations? Again, we have a presentation, but these are specific questions that community members are looking for direct answers from, and I'm hoping that they're going to get them, and I have my feelings, but they're going to get them tonight. Continuing, if a person threatens the school in terms of a shooting, bombing, so on and forth, how and when are parents being notified? That's a theme that consistently I'm hearing, and we're going to be getting this presentation. We need answers in terms of that question about notification. And it's not necessarily what is happening, but when specifically the parents are getting this information vis-a-vis a threat. There is a gap in that communication that needs to be addressed. And so, again, from the community members that have reached out to me and asked for these questions to be brought forth, that's what I'm doing. I want to make it clear in terms of the order of operations. I know there's going to be time for the presentation. The superintendent may want to address these questions specifically during her commentary. But school safety, front and center, and I myself as an educator, every single day with these questions in my mind, we need to be on the same page. And I think that's we need to be on the same page. I know myself as a teacher, I'm repeating myself, but you're hyper-focused. And it's just the world that we're living in. And particularly, unfortunately, schools are a target. And so it's not the same childhood that I had, not the same childhood that many parents had, having to think about these things, but they're front and center. When there's an incident or when there's not an incident, it's on your mind. And I think when we have incidents, then it just comes to the surface. And so it needs to be addressed. We're looking at it this meeting. But this is the feedback, the strident feedback, the necessary and, responsible feedback that many community members have brought forth.
Peter?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay.
May I just add one thing? There are processes. I mean, as a mom of a kid that's in the school, I get alerts all the time. I get reverse 911 all the time. When there was a problem over on Pitcher's Way a couple years ago, I got alerts immediately, not because I'm a school committee member, but because I'm enrolled in the alert, I don't know what you call it, the alert that the school sends out. So I would say that if parents are not getting that information, maybe they said stop at the wrong time, because it does give you an option to stop. So maybe it would be beneficial to re-enroll or send that out somehow, because I get constant alerts. In fact, I wish they'd stop telling me that my son was tardy.
All right. So,
Don't look at that record.
right. I didn't have much to share. I did meet with, according to our roadmap last Wednesday, Sarah and I started our regular meetings with the town council and the town so that we can collaborate. We will be presenting, both of us, school committee going to town council coming to us. We're waiting until after the new members after the election. We thought that was prudent. I also stopped into the Barnstable High School open house and just walked the halls to see the parents and the interactions, and it was nice to bump into so many staff. They were all there and represented the schools well. I think we all, I just want to make a comment to piggyback on Jen. We all received the same email that had that collective group of questions, and we also received the subsequent response to that information, and the superintendent did address those concerns. So I think we'll wait for the presentation and see how that works going down the road.
If I could just, again, follow up on what you're saying, Kathy, I understand that. I just wanted to clarify the feedback that I'm receiving from parents is not, there's still a gap in the communication. because I got what I shared with the community, these questions. How can families assist in identifying, reporting concerns in a constructive way? What role can parents play in reinforcing the safety protocols? Are there opportunities for parents to participate in safety committees, forums, trainings, et cetera? You said that we got an email. I understand that. I received it. I read it. But I'm saying I didn't get a follow-up email from parents saying that they received it and therefore their concerns are addressed and they feel confident and comfortable. That's what I'm... So I know that these things are happening. We're going to receive the safety presentation. I don't doubt that it's not happening. I'm simply highlighting that there is a communication gap, and I wanted to clarify and speak to what people have told me, and just to say, you know, I think this meeting's going to go a long way towards that. But I didn't get a follow-up email saying, you know something, those 5, 10 things that I've listed, I've gotten answers I feel comfortable with. We can move forward. I haven't gotten that. So hopefully we can accomplish that at this meeting.
Item 3.5, Superintendent's Report. Sarah?
Great, thank you. I'll start with some straightforward things first, and I will save the best for last in terms of a student recognition. Just for the committee and the community's awareness, later in October will be the joint budget meeting related to the school committee and town council. That'll be scheduled for Thursday, October 23rd, as is customary on the budgeting calendar. Similarly, along the lines of funding, I did want to address information that came out today related to any implications for funding and reassure people as it relates to the federal government shutdown that began this morning. The Department of Education sent us a memo this afternoon. We are not expecting any impact on current federal funds for the 25-26 year. And one area that is a little bit more specific is on the federal food program related to free and reduced lunch and the reimbursement that the district receives. Reimbursement for meals is okay for September and October. And when I hear further information, I will let you know. But that is information that we heard from today. Future Problem Solvers kick off their season, and throughout the school year, as you know, Future Problem Solvers in grades 7 through 9 represent the middle division, and grades 10 through 12 represent the senior division. And they are going to represent Barnstable Public Schools in statewide competitions. And they are kicking off their year. The first practice problem that they'll be working on is related to invasive species. The second practice problem is on space exploration, and the qualifying problem is on video games. I am sure that we will hear more about the future problem solvers all year long. We have 41 grade 7 future problem solvers preparing currently, and more will come, I'm sure, related to our high school future problem solvers. So best wishes to our Gateway students in FPS. I am going to reserve any commentary that I have related to school committee comments around safety and communication for the presentation and fill in some of the gaps there. So I will, rather than do it in the superintendent's report. And so I'm saving the best for last, which is something that that was brought up by our students, but I really want to take a moment to emphasize, because I think that these recognitions are really impactful and a real highlight and showcase and demonstration of growth and opportunity at Barnstable High School. So we'll start with a brief, if it's available, that doesn't look very promising, a brief 17-second video.
I'm Kiara Campbell from Barnstable High School, and I'm a Big Future ambassador, and this year I'm here to present our Big Future Scholars.
So that's Kiara Campbell. She is a Big Scholar Ambassador, and that is an eye-opener video that they are sending to Channel 5 to see if they can be on the AM eye-opener. Kiara applied to the Big Scholar program, which is part of the College Board, and she was one of approximately 9,000 students across the United States and territories as part of the Big Future program. They offer scholarships to qualifying students in grades 10 through 12, and to date, the College Board has offered more than $20 million in scholarships to Big Future scholarships. As a Big Future ambassador, Kiara is a student who volunteers to share resources, information about the College Board's Big Future platform with her peers. Ambassadors motivate classmates to plan for their futures after high school by using creative methods like social media. I hear she's got an Instagram account developing, school announcements, and informal conversations. And through this program, she'll be receiving training and resources and recognition for her leadership, with benefits like opportunities for scholarships and a chance to build her resume. This is part of a much bigger College Board initiative, which is the Big Future National Recognition Program. And we've been really proud to announce that 38 students have been recognized this year by the College Board in this program, collectively receiving 50 distinctions, making this the largest number of recognitions in Barnstable High School's history. The milestone reflects significant growth from last year when we had 7 students earn 8 distinctions. And so there is some major work happening at Barnstable High School, and I credit the guidance department and our staff for this huge expansion. The Big Future National Recognition Program was established by the College Board to honor high school students who demonstrate strong academic performance and are preparing for success in college and career. Students gain recognition that helps them stand out in college admissions and scholarship opportunities. BHS students were recognized in 2 award categories. The first is a First Generation Recognition Award for students who will be the first in their families to earn a 4-year college degree. Eligible students must have taken qualifying assessments such as the PSAT or AP exams, maintained a cumulative GPA of a B+ or higher, and either scored in the top 10% of test takers or earned a score of 3 or higher on at least 2 distinct AP exams by the end of 10th grade. There's also a School Recognition Award for students who demonstrate outstanding performance within their own high school community. Eligibility requires the same GPA and test criteria, along with ranking among the top 10% of test takers in their school or meeting the AP exam achievement benchmarks. So just an amazing congratulations to Barnstable High School. This reflects the school's continued commitment to college and career readiness and ensuring every student has access to opportunities that prepare them for life after graduation. We also want to recognize the AP scholars and community support in another College Board recognition. We are proud to celebrate the achievement of 79 students recognized by the College Board for their outstanding performance in AP courses and exams during the 24-25 year. These recognitions highlight not only the determination of students, but the collective efforts of families, teachers, and the wider Barnstable community that has created a culture of excellence and high expectations. Barnstable High School, as you know, is the largest and most diverse high school on Cape Cod, and we are certified to offer 27 of the 40 AP courses available through the College Board, which I believe is the most of any school on Cape Cod. In the 24-25 AP administration, 348 BHS students participated in the AP program, completing 614 AP exams in subjects ranging from English and math to science, social studies, world language, and the arts. And that is an increase over previous years, so we're seeing an uptick there. This year, the College Board recognized Barnstable students across 3 categories. 45 students were identified as AP scholars, earning scores of 3 or higher on 3 or more AP exams. We had 11 students recognized as AP scholars with honor, averaging at least 3.25 on all AP exams with scores of 3 or higher on 4 or more tests. and 22 students as AP Scholars with Distinction, earned by students averaging at least 3.5 on all AP exams with scores of 3 or higher on 5 or more tests. So we congratulate each of the 79 AP Scholars for their remarkable accomplishments and take great pride and recognize our students, families, educators, and community partners. So a job well done and something we're very, very proud of. We do have some press releases going out to this end.
Questions?
That was my question. Did you give the info to Pierce Cote? Good, excellent.
Okay, Andre?
Yeah, it's great to hear the achievements of our students in these AP classes. Just one question. We're thrilled that we are the most, and I'm saying that from the rooftops, the most AP offerings of any district on the Cape. Certainly need to put that out front in terms of the conversation relative to school choice and what's going on. But of course, we can always do better. The 27, what is it going to take us to close that gap to have all 40? Is that possible? Are districts able to have all 40? I'm glad that we have the most, but
I think that there's a possibility to expand perhaps, but I think having all 40 is probably not feasible. For example, they offer 3 different physics tests, and so typically schools will choose what suits their community the best.
understood. You know, as a scientist, I mean, you might want all 3, but you can only have 1. But it's good that we have this higher percentage. I mean, it might not be possible for district to have all 40, but as long as we're ranking in the you know, the top of the percentile for the offerings, that's certainly a point of pride, and congratulations to the students and their families on those achievements.
Peter?
Yeah, I can say, Andre, that's a very high percentage offering 27 out of 40. It's very high. So maybe we could offer a few more, but that is very high. And I just want to say thank you for taking the time, Sarah, to list all those awards in the AP News. It's great to hear. It really, and it's fabulous that our kids are achieving such success at the high school. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I have nothing there. Item 3.6, Assistant Superintendent Report.
Okay, so I put a couple slides together for my comments today. I have 2 items to share. One that we've been talking about or referencing quite a few times over the last few meetings, which is the educator check-ins, sometimes called stay conversations. So I wanted to provide a summary of thank you, Mo. So a summary from this past year's set of meetings that I had with our educators. So I wanted to give a little background. If you recall, the prior year, I had met with a group of first-year teachers. Upon the request or suggestion of a few people, I said, hey, why don't you talk to some of our more veteran staff? So I'm kind of moving my way up. So this past year, I met with educators who'd been in the district for 8 to 10 years. So they were invited for one-on-one meetings to learn about what keeps them in Barnstable, what challenges they face, which includes kind of what they've seen kind of change over years, and then, of course, what might influence them to leave Barnstable, because really at the heart of it is stay conversations to keep people in Barnstable. So there were just over 40 invitations sent out. We had 21 of those staff members within that set respond to schedule check-in, and 14 meetings that actually took place just because schedules didn't match up. From that, we had some key themes about what keeps educators in Barnstable. First and foremost, it was always the relationships with staff, with students, connections with the community, whether it was what we heard earlier, some of our community partnerships, but also a couple of people that I met with, I'm trying to keep it very confidential of who, but they might have been former high school or Barnstable alumni. So they really feel this deep sense of connection with Barnstable, both whether they made their way through the school system or just have come in and felt that sense of belonging and welcome. There was also some praise for professional autonomy and growth, how the district supports professional learning, both through workshops that we send people to or course reimbursement. They recognize that the district values growth, professional learning and growth, and those opportunities for staff to, for career ladders that we talk about. We're trying to build those in, but some of them are just happening, I won't say naturally, but they are occurring. And so now, I know that's a priority of really intentionally planning or creating those career ladder opportunities. Collaborative culture, certainly really, again, a lot related to relationships with staff, colleagues, but this culture of, or this, the connections that they're feeling and these opportunities to work with colleagues, both through PLCs, just even more of the, having lunch together, those social opportunities as well. Again, just feeling a lot of connection with colleagues. And then a lot of the interviewees did highlight, again, one of those draws being our diverse student body and really having an impact on students. Key themes that emerged around challenges were student behaviors, and they have identified that over the course of their time in Barnstable, seeing an increase in challenging student behaviors, and at times feeling unprepared to address student behaviors, and then those behaviors and the impact on others. And the other key challenge was staffing and workload pressures, so taking on a lot of responsibilities, but not feeling that they have the time to take on those additional, caseloads, the need for paraprofessional support. And I think, we do see as our students come in with greater needs, and so feeling, again, that pressure of greater needs of students and, again, not being able to meet all of those needs. A few other themes that emerged, but these were kind of the plus and the minus, or the positive and the area for growth. In terms of leadership, lots of positive praise for our building level administrators, supportive, collaborative, and responsive. So those are all things we want to hear. District leadership, feeling that there is, because of some leadership changes, there's some lack of consistency at times, and sometimes not fully understanding the realities within the classroom. Communication, definitely an appreciation for the district's efforts to communicate through newsletters and SOMORs, but also then on the flip side, looking for more opportunities for face-to-face communication, two-way dialogue with district leadership and visibility in schools. And then professional development, identifying strengths through the mentor program, choice PD days, and those opportunities to share expertise or share and learn from colleagues. And then for improvement, looking for differentiated PD and some job-alike PD, and of course some specialized training for the challenges of the behaviors staff are feeling are challenging. So our next steps is really addressing the challenges. And so these are things that are happening now. We have professional development, which is safety care, behavior supports, relationship building. Those you'll hear about in a minute when I talk about our October upcoming full day in service, October PD. And also our district PD focus on instruction. And I highlight supporting multilingual learners at the pre-K 5 level. So again, as we talk about greater needs of our students and then providing teachers with tools to support that. And this is what we're doing moving forward, also wanting to look in the rear view at the high school and intermediate school level, we had the PD, that same PD for supporting multilingual learners occurring last year. Addressing other key themes, we have a regular schedule of classroom visits and learning walks. And, again, that visibility and being in schools and those opportunities for kind of face-to-face, in-person interactions. So the superintendent is having her day in residence in each of the schools. And so that really is addressing some of those areas that were highlighted within the key themes. And then, of course, we want to continue to support the areas of strength, identified and called out the mentor program, the choice PD, again, talk about that in a second, and then staff newsletters, just to name a few. So addressing some immediate needs and continuing to support things that are identified as a strength, but also knowing that we can always do better. So I think it's continuing to collect more information. So for this coming school year, starting up again, so looking to kind of, again, continue along and meeting with staff who've been in the district for 12 to 15 years, so getting just a slightly different look, and planning to start the meetings a little earlier this year. And then hoping that from that, again, now having 3 years of information, looking at this comprehensive picture of the staff experiences, both short and long term. And I can pause for questions, or I can go into my next. Okay, great. So I wanted to just talk professional development. So we had our first half day in service September 12th. So I wanted to share the feedback from that. As I mentioned, our pre-K-5 has a focused PD on strategies to support multilingual learners. I should say, and I have my number here, the survey feedback from this PD session was 488 responses. And in my many years in this role in sending out surveys, that is the greatest number of responses that I've received. So I was really pleased with that, and I hope that we can continue that trend this year. You can see the strongly agree. So the question being, today's PD activities were relevant to my role and responsive to the needs of the school and our district. So the participants, pre-K-5 staff who participated in that PD, 37% strongly agreed, 51% agreed. So lots of positive feedback from that first kickoff PD session. The secondary level, BIS, BHS, participated in professional development, engaging by design. We had facilitated by Athena K-12. Again, same question, relevant to my role and responsive to the needs of the school or district. 39% strongly agreed and 44% agreed. So again, really positive feedback coming out of our first PD, half-day PD sessions for the majority of our staff. I also wanted to call out the other. So the way the survey runs is they're selecting the session, and so people that didn't participate in either of those two went to a separate PD questionnaire where they would identify what PD they participated in, but this is just the general overview. So this would be our paraprofessionals, our AAs, related services, our student support staff, counselors. And so in terms of that question, we had 63% of our staff strongly agreed that this met the needs of the school and the district, or met in their role, and 27% agreed that it aligned to the needs of both their role and the district. But I did want to dig a little deeper into both the paraprofessional and the AA feedback. I think the paraprofessional group is I think a group that sometimes I hear that we're not really meeting their needs in terms of the PD. So I did wanted to break out their feedback responses by grade band. So the table on the left is for our paraprofessional staff. Again, the question being, today's PD activities were relevant to my role and responsive to the needs of my school and or district. So our pre-K-3 staff, we had 18 out of that group who responded to the survey were agree or strongly agree. BUE was spread, so we had 8 that agreed or strongly agreed, and BIS 12 agreed or strongly agreed, and BIS 11. And so they all had slightly different PD offerings. I will say with the pre-K 3, we did try to align to what was happening for the teachers and focus on multilingual learners. But in full transparency, it was modules, so they were watching videos related to that support, and it is a challenge with resources, and I think that is something that is I think paraprofessional staff don't feel, are feeling like we really want people, and I get that. So I just want to acknowledge that that's a challenge for us to have people in front and presenting, and so that's something we definitely are striving for. I am happy to see that there was positive feedback on the PD, but I want to acknowledge that the model is probably not the best. But I appreciate that people found there was value in the video modules that we had shared out. The administrative assistant feedback, very positive. And we had Aspen training and also training by a few of our audience members on swatting calls and standard response protocol. So again, really trying to bring that to all of our staff, but knowing that our administrative assistants are often on the front line, and so very positive feedback. So thank you very much. And looking ahead, we have our full day in service next Friday. So for everyone listening, Friday, October 10th is a full day in service. Students will not be in school. Our staff will all be participating in a full day of PD sessions. As I shared last meeting, we have over 75 sessions being offered by staff, for staff. Plus we have access to over 20 sessions offered through Cape Cod Collaborative. And so you might be wondering what staff have access to. You heard from Mike Andrews that storyboard, that is an offering. Yes, it is. We have half and full day sessions. Staff have been signing up through our online registration. I tried to bucket a couple of offerings, and I will not read them all, but we have a number of technology sessions, a number of them that connect to AI, but I've listed a couple others. Teaching and learning. Some of our focus areas like around co-teaching is highlighted, connecting to our new curriculum and tools for staff, which again runs the gamut, goal book training, letters of recommendation. We have from idea to award, submitting your Cobb grant application. So really there's something for everyone, and then belonging and relationship building. And so we have a whole host of sessions related to that. And I do feel like a lot of these, if you look back to the first half of my slides around kind of what people are identifying as challenges, these sessions are starting to address some of those. And I don't have a question slide, but I'm happy to take questions.
Jen?
Yeah, just really a comment. The stay conversation, or in my field, it's retention interviews, we call them. They are absolutely crucial, I think, as we build a stronger kind of community within our schools. So I love that those are happening, and I love that the feedback is honest. And, bad news is good news when we're trying to formulate a team. So thank you for doing that. And, I appreciate it. I think it's really important. Thanks.
Yeah, for me to, I like that you're meeting with educators with 12 to 15 years of experience who have the institutional knowledge, the purview, and then who also need a different type of support. I think those mid-career educators to recognize that we have their best interest in mind, and we want them to get through that finish line. I think those critical years, you're not at 20, you're not, you can't necessarily see the end of the road, and it may be time for a change, or to reimagine where you are, so that you can continue to bring the enthusiasm and the excitement and the hopefulness into what you're doing. we come from different backgrounds. I'm an educator, different backgrounds. But the most important decider of the success of the student is a high-quality educator in the classroom. That's the, take away if you have that person that's committed and that still has that fire and the willingness, and along with, then by and large, that student's going to be, that's the thing right there. And so we talk, I'm fully supportive of this work. The profession has changed, and as much as we want our students to be successful, we have that same vigor and enthusiasm for our educators being successful, and this addresses it. You noted behaviors is, in terms of the honest talk of these, is something that these educators, it's different. It's not what it was when I came into Barnstable. The district has changed. So that's a very relevant and important conversation. And you might have a rejoiner for this. For me, that doesn't mean that you're not having, my view, I'm an educator, and there's just more that goes into it. Okay, student, it's a different student. In terms of these students, they're different. The technology has affected the youth. That's not the same. It's just a fact. And so how they're experiencing the structure of education is not the same. And so that leads to behaviors. That leads to miscommunication, misdirection, so on and so forth. But what I wanted to, my view, and then if you had something to follow up on this, is that doesn't mean that you being that high-quality educator didn't have the same impact on that high-needs behavioral student, because they're not reaching proficiency or accelerated on their end versus that which you might have had 10 years ago. And I think in the state conversations, that can be communicated. Sometimes people, I'm not having the same impact. I'm not reaching the student. You're just reaching them in a different way because it's a different student, is my view. And, I don't know, again, to follow up on that, and so stay for that next 15 years and continue to have that same impact. And I don't hold it against, the test score. Obviously we want the test scores to go up, and that's the central, and it impacts a lot of things. But if you're a good teacher, and this person in the community knows it, and that person in the community knows it, and this person might not have, might not have been your cup of tea, but if 8 out of 10 people say you're a good teacher, you're probably a good teacher. Okay? And we want you to stay. And you're still doing the work, and it's still having a tremendous impact. And it's a different, things change. And so the needs of the students, what we're addressing. But I thought that was my take, and I don't know if that's a part of the conversation. But for those educators, and then of course I got to pass it on. I like what you talked about in terms of career ladders, and I've seen it. People that I worked with have moved to be department heads, have moved into administration, and they're still looking to move up. And I want them to move up because they're getting the job done. So that's great, and I think that's, again, for people to see it. Now I don't feel frustrated, because I'm moving. Along, and they continue to do the good work. So that's my thoughts.
Peter?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Chris, when you get so many PD responses, you said, 480 or something, that's a lot. You're thinking, oh no, this must be the worst PD ever, probably, because people will respond if it's really bad. Or really good. So surprise, hey, that was great. So that's terrific. And as you know, I'm a big fan of those state conversations. I just have a question. Like this year, you're focusing on years 12 to 15. Did they ever have a previous state conversation, or will this be their first state conversation?
This will be their first, so I am trying to space it out.
Okay.
So that I don't overlap anyone.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And and I'm sure you know this. I don't have to tell you this. You don't want to lose sight of when they're offering suggestions. And this is what we need help at, and stuff like that. And it's so so often we have taken various. Whether we've had meetings or whatever as a teacher over the years, and you spill the beans, and they get all the information, and whatever happened to that? So stay with it, stay on top of it. I love it. It's a great idea. Thanks.
I just have one question about the professional development coming up in October. Is the collaborative offering their series, and is that Are there some options that our staff may be interested in?
Yes, yep.
Oh,
So I think there are 20 or so sessions, so the timing's always a little off. I think
Right,
they have
right.
their brochure done like a week before we are. Their registration just closed, but we have a number of people that have signed up for sessions there. And they usually, address nursing, the enrichment, so some of the specialty, early childhood, so it really rounds out our offerings quite nicely, so there is truly something for everyone.
I just was curious. All right, we are under new business, item 4.1, our school safety presentation. Welcome, everybody. I appreciate your patience waiting for your turn.
Good evening. I want to say thank you to Andre. That was a great setup for our presentation, and I'm hopeful that we'll answer all of those questions, and if we don't, then we will at the end, okay? We'll welcome them. So my name is Mary Beth Taylor, and I am the Director of Social Emotional Learning and Student Services. And just to give you a little overview of what that is, I carry 5 roles that are DESE appointed by the Department of Education. I am the Civil Rights Coordinator, the Title IX Coordinator, and which includes sex-based harassment and discrimination. I am the 504 Facilitator, so that's helping students who have disabilities that do not fall under special ed, but they need some accommodations. I am the Homeless Liaison and the Foster Care Point of Contact, so that's helping our most vulnerable kids make sure that they have what they need to stay engaged in school. I oversee the Family Engagement Center, the nurses, the counselors, and the crisis team. And one of my favorite things is that I spend a lot of time working with the principals, assistant principals, and counselors, consulting with them on students that they might be concerned about, but also just how to foster a positive and safe school culture. So all of those fall under the umbrella, and we don't have very much time today, but we will give you a little overview of school safety. But a big piece of school safety is working collaboratively with our school resource officers. So I want to give them a chance to introduce themselves, and I think we're very blessed to have them in our schools.
Hi, how is everyone tonight? Sergeant Chris Ross. I'm the SRO supervisor for the district. Blessed to be here. I have some fabulous people I work with. Students and staff at the high school are excellent. My office is there. I do cover the rest of the schools as well.
How are you doing tonight? My name is Dennis Stanfill. I'm assigned to the high school and one of the school resource officers.
Thank you for having us. David Downs, Barnstable Police Officer, and I'm in the middle school.
So I think just having their presence has a big impact. One of the things I love is when you drive by the high school and you see the cruiser right in front of the school. I think that, in fact, is a deterrent. But also, it's great for the students to see the officers walking in the hall, and they establish that positive relationship. And we do work very collaboratively with them, as well as the fire department. So tonight, I want to give you a little overview of school safety and focus on 3 of the initiatives that we've been working on since I started. I started with the district 3 years ago, which was the same time that Dr. Ahern came on board. I think I was her first hire. During that time, we've been working on a lot of things, but threat assessments, standard response protocols, and reunification planning are 3 of the big ones that I wanted to touch base about tonight. I think when you think of school safety, there's many things that come to mind. Dr. Ahern sent out a family letter a few days ago that outlined some of the initiatives we're doing in the district. a lot of times people think of safety drills, fire drills, but they also include things like weather hazard drills and intruder response drills. We also focus on the physical plant safety, which can include things like making sure that the front doors are locked. All of our buildings have locked front doors, and many of them have additional features, and we're hoping that, I know some of them are on the capital list of projects to come, but if you've gone into the high school recently, you'll notice that there's actually 2 locking doors now. So you have to buzz in, explain why you're there, you have to show an ID, and all staff members have to carry IDs, and they have to show their license, or any visitors have to show some kind of license. And we also have cameras in many of our schools, and that's been great. You know, one of the things in my role, I oversee investigations, and many times I have looked at camera footage from buses or from the hallways, and it's been very helpful in our investigations. On the upcoming Professional Development Day, we'll be focusing on many topics that Kristen covered. One of them is safety care. Safety care is the restraint training that we have for our staff members, especially those who work with students that might struggle more with behavioral issues. But a big part of safety care is on the de-escalation and, you know, how to keep yourself safe. We teach, you know, staff members how to stand, how to approach things in a calm manner. If there is an interaction, you know, how to block, how to get out of hair pulls, how to break up a fight. That's all part of safety care. And we have 12 trainers in the district, so we're able to train our own staff. And I took a quick look at the portal, and there was 180 people that we have in the district. And we would do more, but, you know, it's just hard to find that time. But it's the people that participate in it really do value it. We also have a strong social emotional curriculum. There's many programs that we have, positive behavioral interventions and supports, responsive classrooms, zones of regulation, second step. Those are just a couple of them. You might remember a few months ago, there was a little girl who came in from, I think it was from Barnstable United, and she presented on the zones of regulation. And that's a program where students learn how to recognize when they're becoming dysregulated and how to, you know, address and calm themselves down. Our curriculum also includes things like how to solve problems peacefully, how to interact with others. You know, it's a big focus on social skills, but also a child protective unit too. So students are taught in almost every grade in the I think every grade in the elementary, there's a unit that talks about personal safety and the importance of speaking up if something is unsafe. Let's see. Our big focus is also on the culture of belonging. I think that relationships and feeling like you belong is a big part of feeling safe at school. I think the ambassadors did a great job, the presenters that you had here earlier, talking about the many things they're involved in. And when you hear the school improvement goals, you'll see that many of them are focused around how to build that sense of belonging. An initiative that I thought was great at the intermediate school is they started doing relationship mapping. So they sent out a questionnaire to the students to find out, if you had a problem, do you have an adult in the building that you could go to? And then those that didn't, they helped match up with an adult, because we want to make sure that every child has a connection. We also have something called the Say Something Anonymous Reporting System, and we've brought that down to grade 4. And what that is it's an organization that has 24 hours a day. They have a crisis team on call, and you can report to them anonymously. You can do it by text. You can do it by through the internet. You can call, and somebody will respond to you, and they kind of triage and figure out, you know, is this an urgent, immediate need, or is it something that can wait? I can give you an example. During one of the school vacations, there was a youth that was concerned about a friend that posted something on social media something that sounded like they might harm themselves. They went and they reported it on the Say Something app. The Say Something app got the information, decided it was important, it was urgent, so they reached out and they have all of the administrators' phone numbers, and they also have the school resource officers' phone numbers. So they call until they reach somebody, find out, and in this case, they found out where the student, the student's name, we provided the address, and one of the Barnstable police went over to check on the situation to make sure that that student was safe, but also to give some resources to the family. So that's an anonymous app that anybody, it's for students, but also community members, and it's on our website. Since I've been here the past 3 years, I've been really trying to focus on our bullying prevention and civil rights and Title IX investigation procedures. We have an attorney that's helped us update our procedures. We have our grievance manuals right on the website. But also I've done a number of trainings, and we've had our attorney come in as well and do some trainings with our administrators on how to recognize bullying, how do you do an investigation, and then how do you intervene? How do you put supports in place? How do you create safety plans? So we're trying to, have some consistency and make sure that we address things as they come up. And those are also on our website as well. And one of the things I heard you say, Andre, was that people were asking about how do we address it consistently, consistent language across the district. And that is something that, has been on my mind, and we've had a lot of discussions. One of the things we noticed is that if you're a substitute in one building and then you go work in another building, they might have different protocols that they use. So one of the things we've done is take a look at that, and, this is something that's always ongoing. A couple of years ago, I went to conferences, and just to back up a minute, I think since Columbine, the world of education has been very concerned about school safety. And organizations like the Secret Service and the Federal Bureau of Investigation and FEMA, they have been working with schools to do research on what are the best protocols, and they've been providing a lot of free training. I've had an opportunity to go to some of the trainings, and also gone, so in the last 2 years, I went to 2 trainings that were really good, and one was through the I Love You Guys Foundation, and the other was on threat assessments. So I went to the training, they sounded great. I talked with Dr. Hearn about it, and we decided to have a pilot team. So one of them was on the standard response protocols and reunification methods. And in a few minutes, Officer Stanfield is going to get up, and he's going to give you a little synapse of the training that has come out of that. But on your desk, you'll probably see I put these little cards. And that's what standard response protocols are. They're the language you use to communicate if there's an emergency. If there's something happening outside and you want all the kids to come in and the doors to be locked, you call secure, so that we're all having the same language. So Denny will explain more about it, but that's one of the things we've been working on. The other is the reunification methods. If an emergency happens and we do have to evacuate a school, the fire and the police are going to be busy handling that. So it's going to fall on the school to really support the students and help reunite them with the families. So there's some protocols that the I Love You Guys Foundation has put together, and they are phenomenal. The I Love You Guys Foundation is in 50,000 schools and organizations across America and globally now. So this is a very research-based program. The other pilot that we did was on the CSTAG threat assessments. And I'll explain more about CSTAG, but it stands for Comprehensive School Threat Assessment Guidelines. So I went to a training on threat assessments, and they talked about the CSTAG course. I'm calling it CSTAG for short. So we had a pilot group together, and Ms. Manfrini, our counselor who's here, she was actually part of the pilot group. So we had 10 people who took it. We thought it was great. So we were able to purchase a package last year, and I became trained as a trainer. So there's an online component that is 3 hours long, and then there's an in-person component that's 4 hours long. So that's 7 hours of training on threat assessments. So I was trained as a trainer for the second part. And last year, I trained 86 school administrators, counselors, psychologists, and SROs to serve on threat assessment teams. And all of our teachers and support staff were asked to take an online course. It was a 1-hour course, just so they understand threat assessments. So as I said, it stands for, excuse me, Comprehensive School-Based Threat Assessments. And basically what that is it's using a multidisciplinary team. If you look, I chose this little figure here who's waving a red flag, because if you think of a threat, it's somebody trying to solve a problem, right? A lot of people make threats. If you think, have you ever been frustrated with your kids? You know, they're not going to bed or something, and you say, if you don't go to bed, I'll X, Y, Z. Well, that's a threat, right? And why do you say it? Well, you're trying to solve a problem. They're not going to sleep, right? So it's just human nature, I think, that we sometimes resort to threats. And people say threats for all kinds of reasons, but not every threat is the same. If a kindergartner says, if you have a kindergartner who's on the playground and somebody jumps in front of him for the slide and he says, I'm going to come to school tomorrow and blow up the school, right? It's a kindergartner. The chance of a kindergartner doing that is pretty low. Now, if an older student says it, you know that the risk is higher, right? But either way, we're concerned, why is a kindergartner saying that? Right? Obviously, he has a problem he's trying to solve, but he doesn't have the language and the problem-solving skills. So we want to work with him to develop those lagging skills. And the CSTAG it's protocols that were put in place. I want to back up for a minute. It started with Dewey Cornell. He's a forensic psychologist. And in the 1999, I think he said, he was a young graduate student, and he had a student who was a school shooter. And he became really interested, the school shooter was in jail for life, and he was assigned to him. And then he had a couple of other people who were sent to jail for life. These are young teenagers. And what he found is there wasn't really a consistent profile of, a school shooter can be any age, any race, any gender. But what he noticed was they all had warning signs along the way that had been missed. And he became very concerned about that, where are all the opportunities along the way that we could have interrupted that path to violence? So he worked closely with the FBI, and over the next couple of years, they developed these protocols. And since then, they've been updated many times. But he has put together these specific protocols that schools can use to try to identify if somebody is at risk for a targeted threat of violence. How do you identify those people? How do you assess, what is really serious and what is just set out of frustration? And then what kind of interventions can you put in place? So there's a 5-point decision tree that you kind of go through, and it's very comprehensive. He even had research-based interview questions that we use. So we interview witnesses, we interview the target, we interview anybody who has any information. We might look through the social media. We would look through the school records, Does this youth have a history of school violence, using violence to try to solve problems? Or is it something that's never, there's nothing in his history? That's different. If you've somebody who's been struggling all along the way versus somebody who hasn't, it's something to take into account. So everybody on the team is trained in these protocols, and then you get together if there's a threat, and everybody kind of discusses it. We all gather information and discuss it. And then the most important thing is that we look at, okay, is this a threat? That's the first thing, okay? Because maybe it's not. Maybe two kids are talking about a favorite video game, somebody overhears, and it's not even a threat. So you want to determine, is it a threat? And then, if it is a threat, what's the intention? Was it the kindergartner who said a threat? He did threaten, but he didn't really have an intention to carry it out. Or is there a threat, an intent, and the plans to carry it out? That's very different. So that's substantive. So if you get to that level, you really want to take it very seriously. You got to protect people. If somebody's making a threat, I'm going to beat you up after school today, then we got to make sure that intended victim is safe and put safeguards in. And we got to warn that person. Then we want to work with the other student and figure out, why did they make the threat? How can we help them solve it? Is it something that they can solve and resolve, or is it something that we need to put safety plans? If it's a very serious one, if there's really an intent to hurt, to maim, or to use a weapon, then we involve our school resource officers or the law enforcement. And that could result in discipline and court involvement. So there's many different layers. It could involve further mental health assessments. But I know a lot of people say, oh, you got to get them out of here, suspend them, right? That's not always the answer, because if a student is struggling and resorting and making threats, to be home alone is not always the best intervention. Sometimes you want to send them to a therapeutic program. You want to make sure the mental health needs being taken care of. We've done some of these threat assessments, and we've found out somebody's being abused at home. So we're filing 51A reports to involve Child Protection Agency. So there's many, many different layers, but it's just a wonderful program. And on the website, I did put a link to the CSTAG. So if somebody's curious, you can go online and check that out. But it's a great program. We just did all the training last year, and the staff members have been using it, and they send them to me. The research shows that 80% of threats actually have no intention. About 5% are not even a threat. It's a misunderstanding. 75% are what they call transient. That's when somebody says it, but maybe they're joking about it, or they don't really mean it, and they usually quickly apologize and, I didn't mean it, and you work it out quickly. So that's 75%. That's 75%. So 80% are not even really intended. There's no intention. But again, we still want to address it and teach them skills. So it's just a great program. And also, if we do have somebody that we're very concerned about, then we sometimes involve outside agencies to come in and do a forensic risk assessment, or we involve the court system. The training I'm going to on October 10th is through the Cape Days, and it's going to be the district attorney is presenting on the CRAW, which is, I'm forgetting, was it child requiring assistance. So they're doing a presentation on that resource. So I'll be attending that with some other people. I'm going to just keep moving along in the interest of time. This picture here is a training that happened this summer. And there were 70 school leaders from our district and from neighboring districts that we invited. And we had first responders, we had police, and we had fire departments. And we brought in a presenter from the I Love You Guys Foundation to share with us about the protocols, the standard response protocols and reunification methods. And so we've been rolling those out this year, and we've also been working on reunification. There's a collaborative effort that is happening right now with the schools, the police, the town, and the airport. We've all been in touch with each other about maybe pooling our efforts together to use some of these protocols, but it'd be great for us, rather than having a bunch of different teams, we want to talk about how can we work together, because certainly if there's a crisis that happens in the town, I'm willing to go and help. And if something happens at the airport, we want to be able to go and help them. So Fire Chief Peter Burke has been helping to coordinate those efforts. We're still in the planning stages, but I feel really good that we have this great training this summer so that we all have some background knowledge, and we'll come back and report an update later on that. I just wanted to share this picture. It has some of the resources that we've been using to roll out the emergency response protocols. The little card that I showed you is a lanyard ID that all the staff members will receive. We also have posters that goes home in many different languages. We're sending home a family letter that explains the emergency response protocols, and we also have a lot of signage throughout the schools that we'll be using. They also, one of the things I like too is that I Love You Guys provided a K to 12 lessons that we can use. So they actually have videos that we can show the kids, but they also have a preschool to second grade curriculum that we can use to teach the little ones. So one of the things they do, just to give you an example, if there's an earthquake, you would want to go under your desk and shelter, right? So they teach the little kindergartners to act like a bunny, get in the bunny position and hide. So that's an age-appropriate way to teach that skill. And next, I want to invite Officer Stanfield. I was really pleased when Kristen Harmon presented the feedback on the Professional Development Day. Did you notice the administrative assistants had 9 strongly agree and 2 agree, and that is thanks to this gentleman behind me who did a training. So I'm going to let him share some of the slides that he used and share with you a little bit about that training.
Thank you. First off, before I start, I just want to let you guys know, and I'm going to speak for the gentleman behind me, we, without a doubt, have the best job at the police department. Like, we get to see these kids grow up. We get to see them grow. We get to see them mature. It is awesome to see every single day, whether it's the fist pump, whether it's hello, whether it's a sit down in my office or whatever it might be. Not only do we get to be part of their lives, they are part of my life. All right? For the last 8 years, I've got to see thousands and thousands of kids grow up, and we are the luckiest people that we get to watch. We also mentor them, we coach them, we do a whole bunch of things besides being a police officer inside the school. Probably the last thing I do is being a police officer in the school. It's more of everything else. We wear many hats inside the school. All right. So this is a quick overview on standard response protocols. The biggest complaint we had prior to implementing standard response protocol, like Mary Beth said, was the different languages amongst the schools. So this kind of fell in our laps, and it was great. We went to the training. It was easy to understand. Every school is now in the same language. Everyone has the same exact verbiage amongst the school. It's easy to implement. There's 5 things, and there's 5 things that everyone needs to learn, and that shouldn't be that difficult. Everyone's on the same page, whether, like she said, I go into Centerville Elementary or Enoch Cobb or the high school, everything's the same. It's broken down by 5 parts, which I'll go over in a second. So real quick, the reason why this came up, unfortunately, this picture on the right is Emily Keys. She's the reason behind this. She was killed on September 27th, 2006. A gunman entered the school, Platte Canyon High School in Bailey, Colorado, and had 7 girls hostage. She was able to de-escalate the hostage taker tremendously, but ultimately, at the end, she was shot and killed. During that time when she was in the schools, her last text to her mom and dad was, P.S. I love you guys, and I love you guys, Kay. So that's how this all started. It's been a great honor for me to now watch this and see it start growing and see it being implemented into school. It has a positive amongst everything. Standard response protocol is not based on an individual response possible scenario, but to the response to any given scenario. It's broken down into 5 actions: hold, secure, lockdown, evacuate, and shelter. Each has a specific staff and student directives that are unique to the action. All right, hold. In the high school, we use it quite often. All right, it's a huge school. It's 440,000 square feet, 3rd largest building on the Cape. it could be anything from a medical. We had one today. We had a student that had a medical issue that needed to be transported, and we had placed a section of the building into a hold. We could do a whole building into a hold, or we could just do part of the building. It could be anything from, like I said, a medical, an altercation in the hallway, unfinished maintenance operation in a common area during class change. If there's blood on the floor and we don't want kids to track through that, we could place that particular area in a hold. It's probably the most utilized out of all the 5, but it's definitely works now. In the past, we used to say shelter in place, and now it's just hold for something like that. So this is pretty good with that. We're going to say over the loudspeaker or through the Navigate 3. I'm sorry, now I got to say the new one. Emergency Management Suite app that we're going to be going to hold it in your room. The key thing is the teachers just go out, they close their doors, they clear the hallways, make sure no one's in the hallway, they secure the doors, and they just go on as business as usual. It doesn't really disrupt the school and the teaching and stuff like that. Like I just said that, so we're good there. All right, next one is secure. Secure is like for if you have gym class or recess, and there's an incident outside the school where we want to bring the kids and the staff inside to use the actual physical plant, the physical building as a security measure. We will call them. We could send out through the app, or we could use the radios. All the gym health and wellness teachers have the radios outside, so we could say, hey, come on in. We could send an email out or whatever it might be. There could be like these schools are, just think of Barnstable Public, Barnstable High School. It connects to Barnstable Intermediate School. The access road is a throughway to get to the adult center, or 28. There's a lot of people there. There's a lot of unknown and unauthorized people on the grounds. Doesn't necessarily that mean they're a threat, but if there is somebody on the grounds that we don't know, we have to investigate, we could call secure, and then we can bring everybody inside and make sure that they're safe. Dangerous animal near the ground, just found out through the last training we did with the administrative assistants. They had a coyote during recess at Centerville Elementary. That would be a good time to call secure, and it was middle of the day. It was like 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning, so that would be a time to bring your kids in and bring the staff in to make sure they're okay. Criminal activity in the area. We had a couple years ago, we had an incident on St. Francis Circle, which kind of affected multiple schools because of the proximity. So we did a secure, and we brought all the gym classes, all the kids from recess, and made sure that they all came inside. The only difference is with secure, we don't want to let anyone out, and we don't want to let anybody in that particular time. So no one goes out, no one comes in during secure. It could be modified with the secure. It is if we get information from the police department and we're saying, hey, we're good with this incident, it's contained, or whatever it might be, we could allow staff to come in, or students to come in, or parents to pick up their kids, pending on the situation and the information. As you well know, the information is pretty fluid between the police department and the school, so that could be something. We're going to get inside. We're going to lock outside doors. We have kind of implemented and told everybody if we do go in a secure, we're going to have a couple if there's obviously an SRO available in the school, they're going to go outside and make sure all the doors are checked, make sure they're all secured. And if it's an elementary school, we'd want to have some type of staff member just check the doors from the inside, making sure they're secured. All right, we're gonna, if it is inside and we get everybody inside, it's still business as usual. It's not disrupting the normal orderly running of the classes and stuff like that. You could still have classes change. Kids could go to another class and stuff like that. They just wouldn't be able to go outside. All right, lockdown. Lockdown means locks, light, out of sight. So if there is some type of active assailant that's inside the school and we have to have if there's an active shooter or someone that has a knife or something like that inside the school, that's when we would utilize this through the app, through a loudspeaker saying lockdown, lockdown. We would try to say it as multiple times, and that's when we would go into lockdown. The staff's being trained to bring the kids in, and lock the doors, turn off the lights, stay out of sight, spread out, and stuff like that. It'd be, I guess, a dangerous animal inside the school. I did ask. There was a chicken in the high school multiple years before I started, so that's the only dangerous animal I've ever noticed, I've heard about. Actually, BUS has Mocha and Chip. They're the goats that live behind them. The Bresnahan's, their goats have been in that side of the school a few times, yeah. But those are not considered dangerous. It could be an angry, violent parent inside the school that's upset with whether it's the principal or a staff member inside the school. That's when we would use the lockdown. An active assailant also. We're going to train the students to move away from the site, maintain silence, don't open the door. And the staff's going to be remove students from the hallway, lock the classroom door, turn off the lights, move away from the site. And so with lockdown, it also kind of implements, starts ALICE. So the difference between ALICE and standard response protocols, which have been asked a few times, standard response protocol is a building-based response. It is what the building is going to do. It's not what the individual is going to do. ALICE would be considered what the individual is going to do, which is alert, lockdown, inform, counter, and evacuate. So they would have those options as an individual, in a lockdown situation. Again, the standard response protocol is a building-based response depending on the situation. All right. We would also, with lockdown, you would prepare to defend yourself with ALICE and stuff like that. Evacuate. There's two different things with evacuate: on-site and off-site. On-site is an evacuation conducted usually because of a mechanical failure that would disrupt the school day, such as a power outage. It can be resolved quickly. The school may have a plan for early dismissal. A couple of years ago, there was a belt inside the school on the air compressor that kind of went, and it caused a lot of bit of smoke. We had an on-site evacuation where we brought out the kids and we brought them out to the stadium field, and they sat there while the fire department came and figured out what it was. An off-site evacuation may be necessary when it's when it's no longer safe to stay inside the building, such as a gas leak or a bomb threat. In this case, people will be allowed to bring their personal items with them. So we want to get them out of the school and start a reunification, possibly, or put them somewhere else where they're safe. That would be an offsite. Like many years ago, actually, there was an incident at BIS where all of BIS came over to the high school, and then we have eventually reunified them from the high school. That would be evacuate. Leave stuff behind if required to, bring their phone if possible, and all that stuff. So that's pretty. All right, shelter. I'll give you a little story about shelter. Many years ago, when I first started being an SRO, I helped with the emergency operations plans, and I was on vacation in Amish country in Pennsylvania, and I'll say, well, we'll never need a tornado. And as I was driving in Amish country, my phone was blowing up that all these weather alerts about having a tornado. So all of the weather alerts or hazards are in there now because we are now prone to tornadoes. So a shelter would be something that's a natural event: tornadoes, severe weather, wildfires, flooding, hazmat spill. Think about the high school, West Main Street, or actually BIS, so it's a main road, Route 28. Multiple vehicles travel that highway every day. A lot of chemicals and tractor trailers and stuff like that. If there's a hazmat spill, we would want to bring them inside and stuff like that. Earthquake and a tsunami. Safety strategies may include evacuate to a shelter area, seal the room, drop, cover, and roll, or get to a high ground. And then that's pretty much it. We would have, just like Ms. Taylor said, if there's an earthquake, we're going to teach the kids to get underneath the desk and hold on for dear life, pretty much. So that's pretty much the parents and guidance information is on the website. There's a lot to do. So a lot of with the reunification and stuff, is the parents are going to say, what do I do? There's an incident at the school. There's plenty of stuff out there attached to the website, attached to P.S. I Love You Guys. These are just some of the questions. Should parents come to the school during a secure event? All this stuff could be disseminated through either the principal or the superintendent. What if parents need to pick up their students? All this stuff is explained in the P.S. I Love You Guys. And that's pretty much as quick as I could be for the things. So, any questions?
Jen, questions?
Yes, I actually have a couple. I will say that a few years ago, Dante was doing a report on Vietnam and was searching up the weapons that Russia provided Vietnam with, and he flagged like crazy. Mom got a call, Dad got a call. Like, I'm thankful for that. And then we used my computer after that, so we didn't get him in any more trouble. But I mean, the system does work. Is the high school really the third largest building on the Cape?
Yes.
Wow, I had no idea. It is huge. So a couple questions. Are SROs in all the schools at this point?
He could answer that.
So we have 4 full-timers. Dennis and I are at the high school. My office is there, but I float. I'm at the high school a lot because I can't leave.
I see you dancing there sometimes
Yes,
on social media.
That was a very viral video. That went viral. So. David's next door at BIS.
Yep.
And Brian Morrison's at BUE. We have part-time officers to cover the elementary schools.
Okay.
So I cover West Villages, Brian covers Hyannis West. I have Detective Ashada at BCIS, Officer Hope is at BWB, and I'm looking to fill Centerville now, so we should have that posted pretty soon.
Okay.
But I'm available to all the principals pretty much 24/7 if they have an issue.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, like, I've seen it happen. If there's an issue at one of the schools, the cavalry is coming. You're going to have every car in Hyannis and all over town at every school, regardless if it's BWB, Centerville.
Yeah.
We're passionate. My kids are in the school system.
Yeah.
David's kids are in the school system. So we have a lot at stake here, and I think that's important to understand that we're super serious about school safety. We leave no stone unturned. The stuff Mary Beth's doing is incredible, and we're happy to be part of it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I appreciate your efforts. We have a lot of summer programs that happen in schools. Are any of the staff trained, I wonder, who run the rec programs for any of the shelter-in-place stuff? It just doesn't need to be answered now, but just as far, I remember the tornado a few years ago that happened, 5 years ago, I guess it was now, just something maybe for the future.
We are collaborating with the town a lot on this, and so I can't speak for what training has been done with the rec department, but we did invite town's folks to come to the training this summer. I know that the assistant town manager attended for a portion, and in particular, Megan Savage, who is the town safety officer, was there. So Megan is going to be doing a training with the staff in the school administration building coming up, and so we are developing capacity townwide in terms of responses.
So with what just occurred in Falmouth, was there any collaboration after that event with you guys? Have you guys gotten together with them to talk about how that all went down?
So we were pretty much in contact.
I think you need to speak into the mic. I'm sorry.
We were in contact with them from the minute we all heard about it. What could we do differently? What would we do differently? It seems to me the initial response was not a police officer, and that would not happen here. I know the communication with the school is great. My communication with Sarah is great, with Jason at the high school. So I'd like to think that wouldn't happen. We're in constant contact with each other. So I don't think that we would have an unarmed person approach someone on school property. It would be one of us, and that's pretty standard for what we've been doing lately.
Yeah, yeah. I bet there's a lot of good things to come out of what happened in that horrible thing, as long as we collaborate and we learn from it, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then just this is a question maybe for Jason or Sarah, but if people did hit stop, because it's tempting, on the robocalls and the texts and everything else, how do they re-enroll in that so that they can receive those text messages and the reverse 911s?
If they contact the office of their school, they can get re-enrolled in the emergency notification program, and it really is important. It is our #1 way of communicating with families, and we wish that Final Site didn't give people the opportunity to opt out, but legally we have to. When we have, and anybody who's got like a distribution list like that legally is required to provide an opt-out opportunity. But if something is really emergent is happening, and we need to get a hold of people very quickly, it typically goes out in email form, it goes out in text form, and it goes out in phone form. And so opting out is, I really would discourage people from opting out. Contact your school's main office in order to get enrolled and re-registered. It's important to keep the information up to date. We are about to launch our annual update reminders, and so people who have not done an annual update are going to be getting a reminder from us to do their annual update, but it can and should be updated anytime somebody changes their emergency contact information, because it really is the way that we're going to get and guarantee and push information out to people.
So maybe we could send a proactive reminder to everybody, like I would hate for anybody to miss the several ways that you can reach out to us in an emergency. And if the unthinkable happens, then, I just think the more proactive we can be about that, the better. If each principal targets their student body and their contacts. And one more thing I'll say, that these three guys have had a very positive impact on my life in many ways. And, the SROs are irreplaceable in my opinion. The amount of respect that my son has for all of you guys and the help that you've given my family personally, it's amazing what you do. So thank you very much.
Andre, questions?
Yes, I'll start where Jen left off with a thank you to you guys in terms of what you do, how committed you are. We know each other. We've worked together. So thank you. And it's just what you're currently doing is tremendous, and that kind of going forward, it's just very, in your role as law enforcement, but then as just people in the community. You coach, you mentor, like you stay connected with these, with our students, and you give the student, there is a respect, an earned respect between law enforcement, students, law enforcement, and community because of the work that you guys do on a day-to-day basis. So thank you. My questions, you said that 80% are not threats. The 20% that are threats, I think that's where I'm looking for, just in terms of how. So now we have, and it's not a kindergartner, it's a high schooler, and they're showing signs, and it's not one red flag, it's two and it's three. Can you please just explain for myself and the community how that works? And again, it's this point about communication. Just help the community understand how that threat is addressed, and then how that communication takes place throughout the process. Because there's laws, somebody's innocent, you can't just necessarily, we think something, it might be, and then throw that information out there. Like there's a process that goes on, and can you just speak to that for that 20% of individuals who are showing signs that this is a threat?
Right. And I do want to say that even the incidents that are determined to be transient threats, that 75%, if a kindergartner makes a threat to a peer, even though we know they're not going to carry it out, we know they might be upset. So what the principals or counselors, whoever interviews and is involved, will usually reach out to the parents to let them know. Just because if your child comes home and they're in kindergarten, it's kind of hard to explain, why were you at the principal's office? So, we try to have that open communication with the caregivers of students that we're interviewing, and even if it turns out that it wasn't any intention. For the 20% that maybe there was an actual intention where they make a threat, is the first thing is safety, So the team and I want to say too, this is not for an active situation that's happening. Okay, an active situation, we're going right to the police and the protocols. But if somebody's made a threat that they're going to beat somebody up after school, okay, then what we want to do is we want to immediately make sure the victim is safe. Are they on the same bus? Are they walking home? We're going to tell that student's parents. We're going to intervene so they don't have an opportunity to act out. If it's something where it's more serious, like they say a weapon might be involved, we can do a backpack search. We can ask the SROs to investigate if there is maybe firearms at home, if there's any criminal it's a little dicey, the communication between us, but we do partner to work around active threats. Every situation's different. We do have to kind of balance confidentiality, If we have a student who we know has special education needs and they keep making these comments, but they don't really understand them, we're going to be working with them. We're going to be working with their, their team, whether it's their school-based team or their mental health team outside of school. We're going to be working with family, with parents. So the communication happens as much as we can with those that need to know that are involved. It's not okay for us to be sharing if there's something happening with a student and we're putting lots of interventions in place. We have to protect confidentiality in terms of blasting it out to everyone. But principals immediately, if it's a serious threat, they immediately notify Sarah, Dr. Hearn, and Dr. Hearn kind of feels that public piece of, is there a need for the broader community to know? And sometimes there might be, there might be an incident that we do want the broader community to know how it's being addressed. It's really dicey because you have to be careful not to overreact, because sometimes it can grow and take on a life of its own. But safety is always the priority in telling people who needs to know. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Yes, that gives me clarity. Again, for laws, my question, again, is a student that makes a threat about violence to a school. Not going to beat somebody up. It's on a broader scale, just the intimate, just communicating that they're thinking of or talking about that. That's the situation in Falmouth, that he, on numerous occasions, made these statements and evidenced the intent for this type of behavior. And then so that's what I'm asking in terms of us in Barnstable. You're saying, you're verbalizing it now. Can that person be charged criminally? How does that situation take place? That's my question. An individual, a student in Barnstable has verbally said, that they're going to do harm in a school.
So the question is, could they be charged criminally?
Yes.
Yes, we would investigate it, and we would charge them criminally, yes.
Mm-hmm. And if we have a student who's making threats and interventions aren't working, we can also file the CRAW, which is the child receiving, requiring assistance. So that's where the court gets involved, and the court can order things. And order maybe like a forensic evaluation. So we do involve law enforcement and the court system when we need to.
Thank you. Because now you've made the charge. Now, then it can be, as it's charged, it's public record, this person's been charged, and then it can not necessarily come from the school, but the community can be aware that we've received this threat, we believe it's serious, we're going to file that charge, and then, because again, I'm getting this point that I keep hearing is just about notification and communication in the community. So I think that's very helpful that you said that. They're charged, which moves over to the court. Now it's public record. And I think that the Falmouth situation followed that, and then it took off from there. And then, again, that feedback is people just understanding the process and how that communication goes off. You heard it from the courts first versus the school because we have to follow these protocols. Mm-hmm. I think that's what people have, and I believe you answered that question. Thank you.
Peter?
Yeah, thanks, Kathy. First of all, again, thank you, Sergeant Ross and Officer Stamfel and Officer Downs for the job you do. This is kind of a lighthearted note on a very heavy subject, but I don't know, the last month or two, I'm flipping around the TV, probably from sport to sport, and occasionally I'll stop because the show is Live PD, and I'll stop and I see like the police chasing some guy, and I got to see what happens. And, then I'll say, okay, and then they'll show, like, what's coming up next. I say, oh, God, I got to see that. And I just can't believe, some of the things the police have to do. And it's just an incredible job. You guys are absolute community heroes in my book, so I just wanted to say that. Let's see, a couple of notes. I've been trying to get the committee to agree with me about banning cell phones in school. I'm a big fan of Yonder Pouch, which basically eliminates it for the day. Are you guys familiar with Yonder Pouches? Okay. But you know, some of the committee members disagree and say that the kids should have their phones at school all the time in case there's an emergency. So I think we just, towns and cities throughout Massachusetts have figured out a way to do this. And we're still trying to figure out a way to do this. So, and I assume all of the towns have resource officers. And I think there was a part of your lockdown slide where it said silence is key. So what about cell phones? Do you have a thought? If I could make the rule, they'd be banned tomorrow. We'd all have yonder pouches, done.
You got one more meeting.
I know I do. But I'm just wondering your thoughts. Like you say, yeah, that's right, that Peter Good knows what he's talking about.
So I think that what I would say on them, I do think, I understand what you're saying, I understand
Could
what
you
you're saying.
please make sure you're at the mic
Sorry.
because it's televised?
I actually have a junior in high school, so if something was going on, I would kind of want to know that I could communicate with him. But as a police officer in the school, I can say that they're a detriment.
Yeah.
Because sometimes they will meet up with fights. Sometimes they'll do Snapchat. Sometimes they'll do things on the internet from their phone that if they didn't have that access during that day, it's not happening during that 7 hours and 40 minutes that they're there. I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but while they're in the walls of the school, it's really not happening because that's one way that they're communicating. So I'm sure that they'll find another way, as we all went to school and we found a way to communicate. But just that would be my thought.
Okay, thanks.
I think we could stop some of that.
Yep, thank you. Yeah.
If I can share my opinion?
Sure, why not?
I am a fan of not having cell phones in school, and that's because I've had to do so many bully investigations that involve social media.
Right.
I mean, it's scary. Somebody can say, so-and-so broke up with their boyfriend, and he's a jerk, and let's all go jump him.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easy. You know, I don't think they achieve what we want them to achieve. They create a lot. I mean, our administrative assistant principals spend a lot of time on investigations that are caused by social media posts or people communicating negatively about each other. There's a lot of bullying, a lot of cyberbullying that happens. When at the I Love You Guys training, what they did say is that they like silence immediately, like when the event's happening. I mean, you don't want cell phones ringing because then they're going to know where you are, right? If somebody's walking in and you're not behind a locked door and your phone rings, they're going to know where you are. So you want them silenced in the beginning, and then when the event is over, if the students, like usually an event is over if it was a school shooting in like 3 minutes to most of them are over. 5 minutes, most of them are almost all over. So during the rest of the time when you're in lockdown, what should really happen is everybody's silent, and then when the situation's resolved, but they're still in lockdown, they should take turns calling home, texting out, I'm fine, and then so it'll be like, you three, text home, say you're fine, you three, go next. So there's a little bit of communication that way. So I think there is a place for it, but.
Okay, thank you. And actually, this is for you, Mary Beth. I follow up on what Andre, I guess it stuck to both of us. We were talking about that 80%, and I guess it kind of, it hit the both of us. The threats have no intention. And I'm glad during his question, you talked about the victim, because I've been in schools enough where bullying has happened, and serious threats, I considered as a teacher. And the bully is in school the next day, and that victim has to deal with that kid there. And nothing ticks off a parent more than something like that, where the victims aren't being taken care of. So I'm glad you noted that, because I was going to note that, and anyone watching out there as well, that to me, those the victims are the ones. I think the way you said it is, well, if the kid's at home, maybe you didn't mean it the way you said it. If the kid's at home by himself, you really don't want to suspend him. I would say, yes, you do want to suspend him. That's where I would go first. But I think you corrected it during Andres.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Because there are times when suspension is appropriate.
Oh, yeah.
But you also have to realize that in 3 days, that child's back, or 10 days. And so you want to put the interventions in place.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we passed notes to communicate, and that was a huge problem back in the day that you were in big trouble for if you passed that note. A couple of things. Oh, I never got in trouble. No. Couple of things. First of all, Sarah can confirm this. I avoid West Main Street during the times when students are arriving at school and students are leaving at school. And I happened to go by the school one day and forgot it was an early dismissal. And I was right on that phone saying, what the heck is going on at the high school, because of the number of cruisers that were around. And it was simply your normal protocol for keeping our students safe when they were arriving to school or leaving school. And I think that's huge too, because a lot of things bad can happen during transitions. And so you do have very visible presence, and that's noted. The other thing that I wanted to note is I did pay a visit to the high school, and their new visitor screening system, it's excellent. And it's between the two locked doors now. So you don't even get through the door until you've presented your ID, and they have a verification. It's very sophisticated. So I was very impressed with that. And it's very easy to use. It was so easy to use. And I had to commend, and I told everybody that I'm a well-known face from having kids there, from my role as a school committee member, which is no different for me entering a building than any other member of the public. But I was asked, do you want to try the system? Because we need you to try the system. And so they didn't want to let me in until I got my ID and put it through the system, which was good. I didn't realize it was in between the two doors. So that was good. They also have one inside. So it's a great system. Is that system going to be in all of our buildings eventually, or is it there currently?
Where feasible, so Doug can probably talk a little bit more about this as part of the capital presentation, but some of the sites aren't quite built for that kind of setup, but some are, but they need construction or retrofitting. So they tried it at Centerville. It didn't quite work, in part because of the size of the space, and I think they tested out a different app than what's in place at the high school. So the high school is kind of the first one to launch, and where feasible elsewhere in the district, we'd like to make it part of the DOORS project.
Yeah, I can see maybe it working at BIS because they've got that double door system as well. But very safe. I mean, nobody's coming through there who can't be identified. And so that should make all the families feel very secure. I think the SEL curriculum is going to help alleviate any kind, or help minimize, alleviate, can't alleviate 100%, but as much as possible help us with school-based incidents that could be dangerous. So that's good to know. I just have two questions. And so I think that the community, given what's happened a lot, not just in our geographic region, but nationwide, people are just very concerned about the intruder type situations. So I just want to ask, mostly I think I know the answer, but do we have a standard protocol that all the administrators, the staff are aware of should an incident like that occur?
Yes, so the standard response protocol covers a whole number of incidents that could potentially happen, and the ALICE drills that have been part of the district for years are consistent with the lockdown and the evacuate components. And that's been rehearsed and practiced, and people are very familiar with those. This just adds some additional language for, I think one of the takeaways that I would want to convey from this presentation is safety is always on the minds of our administrators and our SRO team, and it really runs a spectrum of situations. And so we have this more universal language to cover and be clearer about what's needed. So this has been, trained with all of the administrators, rolling out to staff and students and families now, including you, and in terms of the intruder response, that is still very, very active and practiced.
And then my follow-up question, that would be, would it be prudent that, I know sometimes people want all the specific details of exactly what those protocols are. Would you say it's prudent for the safety of everybody in our community, not just in our schools, that the specific responses cannot necessarily be shared to ensure the safety? So for example, if we were to tell them exactly what was going to happen, wouldn't that arm the intruder with too much information so that they could figure out a way around it?
I think it's possible. I think what we have shared on the website is enough for the public to consume, and that still gives us options to keep the kids safe. I don't think we should really share too much more than that. And we're still in discussions for some of the other things that we have going on too. So we can obviously table that later, and if we want to share more, then we'll share more.
And then I can say, I believe that the Say Something system has been working. I remember something happened a short while ago where there was some hustle and bustle because somebody reported. So it's nice to know the students are feeling very safe about that, and that it's not, we've had a police officer show up at our house once a few years back, and in a very calm manner, because they perceived there might have been a threat, because a person with a disability called and said they weren't safe, and they showed up. And it was quite alarming, but it was so calm, and I can say from firsthand knowledge that their communication with a person with a disability who didn't understand what was going on, and explaining when to call the police, when not to call the police, but that response was a surprise. And it was just such, it was a good thing to experience and see how it works. It's sort of like what you mentioned whenever you have it, because I think you get a bum rap sometimes, and I just, every police officer that's ever engaged has just been wonderful, and I do appreciate, I'm going to echo what my colleagues say, that we can't thank you enough. And so appreciate your time here, your presentation, and everything that you do to keep everybody in the community safe, especially our schools. Thank you.
One food for thought. The foundation, I Love You Guys, is named that because that was the last text that girl sent her family. So I think we need to think about that when we talk about cell phones. That's all. Thank you.
Can I add something, Kathy, just to sort of close the loop on all of this? Like I said, I think one of the big takeaways that I hope people take from this is that safety is on the minds all the time, and it really runs the gamut of a variety of different situations. And Barnstable is a big place. It's a complicated place. We have 9 schools and 9 buildings, but we have an amazing team. So I'm grateful to our school resource officer team. I'm grateful to our fire departments. Our fire departments play a huge role, and Chief Burke has been a great ally in this work. I want to point out that Lieutenant Riley is also in the audience. Lieutenant Riley heads up the Community Services Division and has also been a great asset and a great resource, and oversees the school resource officers. Sergeant Ross oversees those school resource officers in the building. I want to thank Mary Beth for taking this on and really leading the charge in the district and putting together our workshops, our trainings, collaborating across other districts, and particularly rolling out CSTAG. I think it's been a major addition to our practice and really helping, ultimately helping students, and it's really a preventative measure. We find ourselves responding to situations, but the whole intent is prevention. And so, Andre, that was a question that you had. The CSTAG is one of those proactive preventative measures to really support students with resources that they need. And sometimes, and we didn't talk a lot about discipline, but sometimes disciplinary consequences are part of the mix. The law enforcement officers handle the law enforcement side, but there are tools that we use, in accordance with Mass General laws related to disciplinary consequences and also therapies or education and training for the students. I just want to mention one other group who are also here. Some of them are here in the audience, but not everybody is here. But the principals are really first and foremost in charge of safety at their buildings. They're the experts of their physical plants. They're the experts of the students. They're the experts of the staff, and they know families and the people who are there. And I want to be sure to underscore the importance that our principals play in leading safety at their schools. They are incredible partners. We are in a lot of communication together when incidents are going down. If it involves multiple schools, we typically have created an open Zoom, and it's open all day long. Sometimes there have been situations, not in the school, but outside of the school, that have necessitated a response. We have an open Zoom call that we might leave and come back to, and we're texting throughout an incident. We are collaborating on communications that need to go out to families, making sure that we have accurate information and timely information. We communicate with the SRO teams as well. There is a chief communication officer. That's not the formal title, but there is a communication lead for the Barnstable Police Department that I connect with. And as best as we can, really try to be careful about who's communicating what and making sure that it's accurate and that we're consistent with our communications to the extent that we can be. But we do have, some slightly different rules and laws that we follow. But we do try to coordinate that messaging. And so I just want to acknowledge that it really takes an entire team. Amy's here from the counseling department. It really is an all hands on deck effort. And to that end, parents who have concerns and who want to, we need to know the concerns. I've had parents reach out to me indicating that IDs weren't adequately checked when they were arriving at buildings. And so, okay, thank you for letting us know. That's a staff training issue. We can address that and really reinforce that it's not okay. You might recognize the individual, but really we should be more consistent about always asking for identification. So we encourage parents to reach out to us directly. Please refer parents who are concerned to my office or to the building administrators. That's typically included in our communications about talking to school administrators. Again, we have universal protocols across all 9 buildings, but there are some site-specific differences based on the physical location and surrounding area. So please, the dialogue, we welcome it being two-way. We want to collaborate together. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 4.2, school improvement plans for Barnstable United, Barnstable Intermediate, and Barnstable High School. So who's going first? Okay.
Probably Barnstable United, yeah.
Good evening. Mike Wachkowski, I'm the principal of Barnstable United Elementary School, the grade 4-5 school in the district. I just want to echo what Sarah just said. So what you're going to hear from me and Tyler and Jason are areas that we are looking to improve our schools. And certainly they are, kind of reminds me of John Collins, which was a writing method that was very prominent back in the late 90s, early 2000s, or as my kids refer to the 90s as the 1900s. I'm going to pretend that never happened. But I think that form of writing gave an area of concentration for students to concentrate on so they could work to that. So these aspects of our school improvement plan are certainly areas that we're going to concentrate on. But, you know, the number of times I thought to myself as I was sitting back there listening to this whole meeting today, like, oh yeah, I could contribute to that. I could contribute to that. Yep, that's a major aspect of the job. You know, and especially obviously in this day and age, concentrating on school safety because it is paramount, right? When parents and families entrust us to send their students to our schools, the bare minimum that they want is for their student to arrive at school safely, have a good day, and get back safely. So we take that incredibly serious. And I do want to echo very quickly, because I think some folks, I'm kind of, you know, out in the boonies, out in Marston's Mills. A couple years ago, we did have an incident. I didn't know there were so many police officers who could get to the mills so quickly. It was absolutely amazing. It was basically any police officer in Barnstable who was on the road, not engaged, was in my office in, I'm going to guess, I don't know what speed they were driving down 28, but 5 minutes. So I just want to reassure the public that while, you know, school safety is not necessarily in my school improvement plan, and I didn't see it in Jason's or Tyler's, it's certainly a major component of our work. So in terms of the school improvement plans, obviously they are aligned to the vision and core values, which I'm not going to sit here and read all the slides. You guys know that. It is late. I'll be as quick as I possibly can. But it's important with the two district objectives, obviously the culture of belonging, a safe and inclusive climate, a shared vision for student success, and then rigorous curriculum and effective engaging instruction that's aligned to the vision of the Barnstable graduate. I will also add that it's aligned to state standards because obviously that is paramount as well. So to focus then on Barnstable United Elementary School, obviously one of the things as an upper elementary school, we have a couple of challenges. Challenge number one is that we are receiving students from 5 different schools in the community. And I think, and I've said this before, I think that there is a understandable trepidation on the part of families if you're going from a school that has, I don't know, 240, 300 students total, to suddenly you are at a school that has 745 students, right? It's just way bigger. Even something as simple, well, it's not simple, but getting the students in the morning and getting them out in the afternoon with one way of egress, one road coming in and out, can certainly be difficult. But one of the things I think that we focus on, even though we are housed in a former middle school building, is it is an elementary school. If you notice on those photos there, you know, those are 2 photos from a morning meeting, right? Which is a very much an elementary practice, which is greeting students as, you know, first thing in the morning, having the teacher go over, you know, what's going to happen today. Maybe they're addressing something that happened the other day. Maybe they're working on some of the SEL curriculum. So I just wanted to just kind of focus that even though it is a large school, it is certainly an elementary school. So in terms of elements to focus on this year, I'd say number one is family engagement. And I think that's really important because it is very easy for families to kind of feel more engaged with that local village school, right? There's a proximity aspect, you know, that is, I'd say, a negative of the location of our school in Marston's Mills because so much of the population base of school-age children, you know, is in kind of that Hyannis area, right? So there is just I know it's only 10 to 15 minutes away, but there are times at night when people, I'm sure, think, oh gosh, I have to get in my car and drive 15 minutes. And they're like, oh, I don't know if I really want to do that. So the focus is really to create some events along with the PTA to involve parents and involve children in after-school evening events. And one of the other focuses of that is going to be getting feedback from families. Kristen talked earlier in this meeting about the interviews she's having with staff and getting, their thoughts on what's going on as I'm an educator between 8 to 10 years of experience or 12 to 15 years of experience. This is really has to do with getting thoughts from families on, all right, how has your experience been as a parent or a caregiver at Barnstable United? How has the experience been for your, the child at Barnstable United? What are we doing well and how can we do better? So that is certainly going to be a goal of mine and of the school this year. Another goal that I think is really important, and it is not just because I am a former high school English teacher, but is student writing. Pardon me. And obviously, as you guys know, all of the schools, grades K to 5 last year adopted CKLA, the new ELA curriculum. And one of the things, obviously, the first year you run a curriculum, you're trying to figure it out, right? The teachers are working to figure it out. The students are working to figure it out. Everyone's trying to figure it out, which is great. But sometimes, some of the results aren't as good as we might like them to be. So one of the things that I did this summer was take a look at all 720-something released MCAS essays that our actual students typed into their computers during MCAS. And I'll say that the results were not what I see when I look at student writing in class. And it's not, when we went over that with my teachers, one of the first meetings of the year, and I'd say the disparity between what is written on a standardized test and what students can actually do, it's great. And so I think in this plan, working on student writing, if you think about it, the more you do something, the better you're going to be at it, is providing additional opportunities for writing, not just in ELA class, whether it's in an enrichment, whether it's focused writing during a WIN block, which stands for what I need, right? Providing more of those opportunities so our students can take the complex questions that are very much asked during MCAS. I'd ask you to do this. Take a look at a 4th grade MCAS question, and then take a look at a 10th grade MCAS question. They're the same. The writing, the article is different, right? But a 4th grader is being asked to take 2 articles, understand them, synthesize them, and then write about them. So we're trying to create and work on that very sophisticated skill that we are asking 10 and 11-year-olds to do. So that's really the second goal. And I'd say one of the most important things about that goal, it's up there, it's stamina. So I'm not getting into the cell phone debate at all right? I'm staying out of that. But this device here, which my presentation's on, but I actually can see that, all right, that's what kids are on screens, all right? Kids are not using paper and pencil to kind of get their thoughts out, right? Even, you see it obviously in a school, but outside of school, I don't think it's happening that much. And if you think about it, as I'm talking to, adults and maybe some of the viewers at home, one of the best ways to remember something, one of the best ways to process what you are actually thinking is to physically write it down. Like if you are in my office, which many of you have been, you will either see pads of blue paper or, whatever color paper I'm currently using, because if you write it down, it's easier to think about. So that's a lot of the process that we're trying to use with students with their writing. And another step in that process is going to be to partner with Barnstable Intermediate School, because that is where our students are going next, and to work with Laura Welch, who is the English curriculum coordinator, to say, okay, what are you guys looking for? And then that'll give us a clear roadmap of how to get there. The third goal is very much like what happened in grades 6 through 12 last year. I, along with my colleagues in grades pre-K to 3, are partnering with TNTP to work on how we as educators can best meet the needs of our multilingual language learners. And obviously, with the demographics in Barnstable, what they are, even though all of the educators have received SEI training, which was a state mandated training in that, one training does not do it, right? So what we want to do is we want to leverage this work with TNTP so that we can reach our students who are taking care of their superpower and learning a second language. Because obviously, if you can do that, it really is a superpower. So looking to work with TNTP, reinforce what they're doing in my meetings with them, to provide educators the skills and the tactics to harness the power that our multi-language learners have. So those are really the three of the goals that we are working on this academic year at Barnstable United, but clearly not the only three things we are doing. What questions do you have for me?
Jen?
I think I'm good.
Andre?
Mike, so good presentation. I'm quite interested in the time that you spent over the summer reading all of those MCAS assignments from the students and then taking that data and saying to yourself, how does that correspond with their work throughout the course of the year? That was actually what we did in our teacher meeting this morning, is what's called, I work in New Bedford, at the elementary level, and our principal did stop everything and write. Stop everything and write in the morning. We're kind of getting up, stop everything. We're going to write about this particular example. Everyone's going to do it, 15 minutes, okay, done. And so we went over that today in our meeting, and it was very instructive, to see kind of like what their actual writing is and me, what I know that they're capable of. So that type of leadership, and that type of recognition, and you talk about the MCAS, it needs to be demystified. You're talking about, what the test looks like as a fourth grader, what it looks like as a 10th grader, what we know as educators taking the MTELs, and how that test is structured. We understand that, but the structure itself of the test is a hurdle to get over, so that you can then apply the competencies that you have. So that's spot on. And I'm glad to hear that's taking place. And again, this theme of writing, expressing themselves. The students having the tools to express themselves. That's what you're building up there. And we know that once the student's able to express themselves, much more likely not to get in trouble.
Yes,
That's
a positive byproduct of that.
Right.
Yes.
And you talk about the academic stamina, and for them not to hit that frustration point, and for them to be able to navigate it, and then to go forward and apply the knowledge that we know that they have. So thank you for the presentation, and then that specific, again, writing and giving the students the tools to be able to show, again, what we know that they can do and what the standardized test scores. There's a gap there, and we're working to close that. It's good to hear.
Peter?
Thanks, Mike, for your brief presentation. I wanted to say that as well. It's getting late here, and we have a lot to do. And I also want to thank you and your staff. You guys survived a very tough year last year. I don't want to say the M word.
You can say it, Peter.
Okay,
It's
all right.
okay. It's all
the
good.
mold and
Yep.
yeah, and that was kind of beyond your control, and it was tough for everybody. It was tough for our budget. It was tough, but you guys were on the front lines, and things are going well in that regards this year.
Yes, I think one of the positives is, certainly the weather that we had all fall.
Yeah.
As a homeowner, I turned off the air conditioner at the end of August, and they never went back on. So we had a lot of cool, dry air, which certainly helps. I know we've had, various air testing, which has shown some positive things. And I think the idea of never wasting a good crisis, I think that certainly I am, and I know my staff is very vigilant when they see something that is not working. We report it, whether it's to the custodial staff, whether it gets reported to me, which then gets reported to facilities, and, we try to work with it and take care of it. And, all that knowing full well that a building is going to perform better when it's fully clean, and facilities has done a great job in making sure that we are fully staffed. If we're not, bringing in extra folks to help make sure that the building remains clean.
Well, that's great to hear. And I'm very glad to hear about your writing focus. That sounds fantastic. And it fits nicely under the category of rigorous curriculum. There's a word that's been driving me crazy for 4 years, and I don't see the rigor. There's rigor there. And I appreciate that. That's good. You talked about MCAS. I'm the dinosaur that still thinks we got to do well in MCAS. Every school in the state takes it. It measures us. I mean, as I said, it's important. If people don't think it's important, you look at someone buying a house and they rate your schools. And what do they rate it on? They rate it on MCAS scores. Mm-hmm. And you say, ooh, geez, I don't want to live in this town. And our MCAS scores need to improve. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And I'll leave you with this thought. Lincoln
Riley.
Riley. Yep. I've been thinking about that and his choice, and I'm so proud of him, and I'm so glad he said that. Because I do hear, and sometimes it's anecdotal. I know Kristen presents us information. I forget what part of the year it happens. Like the kids will leave, and it's general. It's like categories that they moved, but it's not specific. When you're out talking to people, you get specific comments, and anecdotally, I hear that probably more than we want to leave. At the 5th grade. I don't know if that's true or not. More kids spend 1 year, and you would think a few would leave in grade 5. And I'm going to ask the other principals this too, because I hear anecdotally about their schools as well. And at grade 5, you have a bigger percentage of people that leave, I guess.
I mean, I would say this, that we do have some leave in grade 5, but our enrollment numbers have been very consistent.
Okay. All right.
And I think we've done a pretty good job of retaining the students that we have in 4th grade.
Okay.
I will say, I mean, part of it is there are not as many options for 5th grade, but certainly school choice is always out there, and there are some private schools that can take students. But I do think, we certainly make it an effort, and just personally as a parent who had all 3 of my children go to my school, 2 of them had to suffer through it when I was the principal. But, I think that shapes a lot of the decision making, as you heard some of the SROs talk about, right? And so it's not just a job, it's you're a consumer, right? It's like a hair club for men. Peter, you might be old enough to at least get that reference. I don't know.
I do.
But,
yes, I do.
I think that's really important. And it's certainly, I'm hoping through these goals that, we'll continue to do some positive things over at Barnstable United and, help to retain students within the building and within the district.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
And I just want to note, I thought the idea to connect with BIS to see what they would like when the students come into them that was a great idea as well. So thank you so much, and appreciate all that you do and your staff.
Thank you. You guys have a great night. Tyler? I think that's you.
That's me. Good evening. We will also try to keep this brief in the sake of time here. But I want to start off by kind of responding to, Peter, your question you just talked about as it pertains to movement and where students go. We have looked at data over the past 3 years of where they go. I asked to pull it a 3-year trend from 5 to 6, where our students going. It's been pretty consistent over the past 3 years. You see about 35 to 40 kids going to other options, other schools. That could be school choice, that could be the charter schools. So that hasn't really deviated much over the past 3 years. This year, our enrollment's low at BIS. We did see about 26 students with an unknown. That could be out-of-country withdrawal or things along like that. So it's something that we do.
What do you mean an unknown? Like
an unknown, not following the process of notifying us of the withdrawal.
Okay. Yeah.
So, I think we're in a unique spot in Barnstable with, between BUES, BIS, and BIS all being calibrated in a line with curriculum focus. with initiatives for students to really grow. So we have the positive narratives of what Lincoln said earlier. So to start.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, I do want to, mention our envoys. They did a fantastic job today. Lincoln and Grace. It's quite a process to be an envoy at BIS. It does come through staff recommendation first, and the outstanding things that our staff had to say about those 3 individuals.
Yeah, we could have ended the meeting right then and there, walked away, said this is a great meeting.
That would have been great. Red Sox are on. But the things they had to say was tremendous, and they represent BIS well, but also represent Barnstable, even better. And then Mike Andrews earlier today with the Mass Cultural Grant. Mike's been doing a lot of great things at BIS since I've known him. This is the 2nd year of the grant. He's always thinking of ways to engage students and at the same time offering staff professional learning. So I want to thank Mike for his time this evening as well. Which brings us to Amy. I want to introduce Amy Manfredi. She's been mentioned throughout the meeting today. Amy is a counselor at BIS, but she's also in the process of getting her administrative license at Bridgewater State. So she's doing an internship with me this year. So she's been an integral part of creating our school improvement plan, running the initiatives that you'll see today. And I think it's a valuable learning experience, or trial by fire, whatever you want to call it. Amy's actually going to present our first slide on the first strategic initiative.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me. Like Tyler said, I'm Amy Manfredi. I am a current school counselor at BIS. I've been in Barnstable for about 16 years, between BWB, BIS, and what was BMS back in the day. And I first just have to say, there's so many good things happening at our building, and a lot of that is due to the leadership of Tyler. We're going to talk about some of them here, which do cross paths with my school counseling role. As part of the Strategic District Objective 1, some of the things that we are doing at the building is we are continuing our positive two-way communication with all of the BIS community. What that looks like is we send home positive postcards, mail them, like snail mail them home. We're making phone calls. Being just really mindful and doing it intentionally to address, when kids are doing the right thing. We're strengthening and expanding our BIS mentorship program, which we piloted last year. We worked very closely with the high school. Doc has come over to our building, and we have started that program at our building, which has been incredibly successful. We are looking to secure a full-time BIS mentor for our school to help really increase the amount of tier 2 and tier 3 interventions that we can offer. Because right now, Doc is spread, pretty thin from the high school to us. So having more, another person would be super helpful. We have adjusted like Mary Beth talked about earlier, we're doing a relationship mapping at our building. And so we have sort of adjusted that a little bit. Last year we worked with Harvard, we were in a research program, and so they kind of did all the data for us. This year we're creating our own, if you will. So we're sort of aligning it with a little bit of our SOS to just simplify the language for kids. There was a lot of kind of confusing questions. The purpose of that program is to really make sure that we are intentionally making sure students have a trusted adult in the building. Not only have one, but they can identify who that person is. And then at the same time, telling those educators, because that's a really empowering thing for an educator to know, a kid identified you on this screening, so congratulations, because you've made connections. We are maintaining our partnership with the high school's coaching, teaching, and mentoring pathway that they have up there. And we're also increasing our social and vocational opportunities for our students that are in one of our programs over there that's also in conjunction, right, with BHS. And we're doing a coffee shop. Are we watching a movie or no?
See it up there.
Okay, there was a movie, or a quick video clip, but essentially they are in charge of selling coffee to the staff in one of our programs. And then they're also in charge of our new supply store, if you will, for teachers to order supplies, and then they come and deliver them to them. So a lot of really, really great things. I have to say the transition, I think we've worked really well on the transition from our school to the high school. Last year there was a lot of work done, and then Step Up Day is just always awesome. But as a mother of an 8th grader that's now over there, I have actually got to see it from a different lens and see how great that connection is between our school and the high school. That's it for that one.
Thank you, Amy. Oh, it popped up.
Oh, there's the video.
Will it play? Mo, do I dare go touch that?
Try it.
Is it touchscreen?
Yeah, it's really cute.
Okay. All right, so speaking of our alignment with rigorous curriculum, last year we were fortunate to have the multilingual learner professional development for all staff. Again, learning opportunity for me. So we're gonna continue that work. It's not by means a 1 year and done initiative. This was professional learning, which was invested in. So each department has made department level commitments, and staff is going to carry those out in the classroom. So we're gonna focus on the multilingual learning initiative moving forward. We're going to support our rollout with new curriculum in mathematics and health and wellness. That consists with learning walks and just understanding the proper rollout of this curriculum. Again, we're very fortunate through this curriculum review process, which you're all a part of, to see this alignment where teachers are given resources and given the autonomy to extend and scaffold as needed. So it's nice to see the CK ELA curriculum, the supports in math and ELA and health and wellness come together because it's really giving us a valuable tool to calibrate our focus. We're going to continue supporting our curriculum review through the PRISM 3 grant and ELA and ELA and grades 6 and 7. So hopefully at the end of this year, definitely at the end of this year, we'll have an ELA curriculum chosen moving forward. We're going to continue and refine our practice of peer observations, and the refinement is going to be focused on the strategies that we learned last year and the strategies that we're currently going to learn in the Athena K-12 PD. So opportunity for teachers to learn professionally from one another, open our classroom doors and see that professional learning, but with a little bit more of a targeted focus this year. And lastly, aligning with our rigorous curriculum, I feel strongly that we need to develop a school-wide instructional focus and take that a level further of making that a student-friendly focus as well. So when students walk into BIS, they understand, we use that word rigor, they understand what that means. So forming a group of professionals to help define the school-wide instructional focus. As it pertains to our last school-wide goal, this is what I'm excited about because we are in a unique position this year. We're seeking Title I funding. And with that opportunity, what we hope to do is create a goal that's linked to learning and support. So it's kind of goes along the rigorous curriculum, but also supporting our at-risk demographics. So hopefully through Title I fundings, by the end of 25-26 school year, through the use of Title funds, we aim to reduce the achievement gap in math and ELA by 3 to 5% using internal measures. And the way we aim to do that is going to be utilizing PD opportunities. So again, what we currently have through multilingual learning PD, Athena K-12 professional development, but also seek additional professional development aligned with literacy strategies, similar to what Mike was talking about. Feel strongly that if we get these consistent practices starting in grade 4 through 12, we can really build a strong foundation for learning. In addition to that, we'd be looking at opportunities to support our at-risk youth through a targeted high leverage tutoring opportunity. In addition to that, focus on some growth mindset opportunities for staff and students as well. So Title I, it's pending we get approved. There's a process of picking our direction, but these are things that I'm excited about in kind of the pre-planning process and the opportunity that can really streamline things for BIS. So that's our focus this year. And again, excited about the opportunities, mainly because what the foundation the district has led with the alignment through curriculum and then collaborating with Mike and Jason about that focus moving forward. Questions?
Jen?
I love the collaborative approach to all of this. I think it's a really cohesive approach, and we're building good citizens here, so it's nice to see all arms kind of talking to each other. And I also love the idea of having students identify with one adult. For Dante, it was Miss Contrino, Deb Contrino, who was fantastic and really helped us work through some stuff, actually. But I think that is, for kids to feel safe in school, is safe to express themselves, is so elemental to their success. So that's awesome. And I love all the new things the coffee shop. I wish we could have seen the little video, but I love the new thoughts. And I really love how we have kind of flow now from BUES all the way through the high school. It's great. Maybe you can get some tutors from 8th grade.
Yes, good presentation. I like the BIS mentor, full-time community mentor, to continue the good work that Doc and the team, David, Jason, so on and forth, for the students to have that individual to connect with. So that's something, I'm glad you brought it up. As long as I'm around, I'm going to support that we have people that are invested in the community, roots in the community, connect with students. They belong in the building. It's a no-brainer in terms of the return on investment. And then the things that you talk about vis-a-vis rigorous curriculum, I think that's tied to, and again, I keep going back to this, BIS, where students find their why, right? They're going to be much more apt to access that rigorous curriculum because they're in a safe, supportive environment. They've connected with individuals, so on and forth. Last thing that I just want to, I know it's, but smoothing that transition from one building to the next. Seems like you're on top of that. Okay, these transitions in the district, again, I note I'm coming from New Bedford. They do it differently. I like being with the Whalers, but their elementary schools are K-5. Same place. Talking with the parent the other night, we had our parent-teacher night when Barnstable did, so I couldn't be here on Thursday. But the parent said, I feel like I've been in this building for 2 decades because I had, one student came through K-5, the other student came through K-5. But that wasn't really a gripe. They appreciated that. So our model is different. But with the work that Mike's doing, with the work that you're doing, to smooth over those transitions so that people can continue in the district and access a lot of the great things. Then your coffee, I'm going to find that coffee shop clip. I don't even drink coffee, but I'm going to find it.
You're welcome.
Those type of things. So,
yeah, Amy spoke to the transition, the step-up day from BIS to BHS. I also want to highlight last year we partnered with BUES, and Mike was fortunate to get a COP grant. And we had 5th grade tours that lasted 2 days. So we were able to bring the whole 5th grade through BIS for about a half a day to experience everything that we have to offer. So it was a tremendous opportunity. So again, it's building from BUE to BIS, we're in the middle, and then to BHS.
Yeah, that sounds great, that bringing the 5th grade in. I've always had the idea it would be a lot simpler to go back to 2 middle schools, 4 to 7, but sometimes all this transition is difficult. I like everything you had to say in the slides. I like your last objective, the achievement gap, 3 to 5 points. That's fabulous. That's a clear measurable goal. I like that. And I also liked, back to your students today, I think two or maybe all three of them talked about Gateway and the programs they have going there, how much they enjoyed it, and the way they described it. Because oftentimes when you think of achievement gaps, you do your best to raise the lower group up. And we can never forget those top kids because they are our greatest ambassadors. We're still talking about, these three kids 4 hours later. So thank you. That was a great presentation, Tyler.
Thanks, Peter.
Yes, thank you. The presentation was uploaded to Board Docs, and that video is available, so we can all see that.
Right.
But thank you. I don't have anything to add that hasn't already been said. Appreciate everything that you do.
All right. Thank you all.
Good evening, everyone. I have to say it is the top of the ninth in the Red Sox game right now, and I'll leave it at that.
The Yankees are currently winning.
No, we'll leave it at that.
Okay, why not?
We'll leave it at that. And I appreciate the Hair Club for Men comment. Unfortunately, it didn't work for me, as you can see, and our students like to point that out. But good evening, everyone. My name is Jason Canetta, the principal at Barnstable High School. It's my 4th year in the district. I spent the first 2 years at BIS, and last year was my first year at the high school, and we are off to a great start. So to start, as you have heard, the district improvement plan, our school improvement plan, is aligned to both the district improvement plan as well as specific goals that pertain to the high school. Our first goal, that's the slide. Our first goal is around school culture and climate with a focus area of belonging. Our second goal is about all of the intentional practices for improving instruction with the focus area of learning opportunities. Our third goal is about leadership, shared responsibility, and professional collaboration with the focus area of systems and structures. And our final goal is about facilities, access to a full continuum of services, and a focus area with that, of course, is facilities. I don't know if you see this next slide, but this is the second year that we've used this picture. I'm just going to lift this up real quick. All of our faculty meetings, department meetings, everything that we do, every time that we come together, it's about one of those areas. I'm not sure if we're ever going to meet about something other than one of those 3 areas. So every time we have a meeting, every time we have a focus, it has to fall under one of those 3 buckets aside from facilities. And I say that because there's a lot that happens in the day-to-day operations, but really we need to focus on the work at hand, and sometimes we can go off on tangents here and there. So I remind the staff that if we have something to talk about, it needs to be focused on one of those 3 focus areas. So how did we get to this plan? And I just want to go backwards a little bit. Prior to my arrival, we created a steering committee and a visionary team back in 23 and 24. And this was also the time that the Barr Foundation partnered with the high school to complete the Meeting the Moment grant work. Also, towards the end of the 23-24 school year, we participated with NEASC, which included a collaborative conference site visit to the school in late April of 2024. And I highlight this because there were a lot of educators that were a part of these committees. Some of them are still with us. Others have gone other ways. And I just want to say we would not have a robust plan if it wasn't for the hard work that was done during those years prior to my arrival. So I want to thank all of those that are listening in. Thank you very much. And I bring this up because NEASC will be back to our school in April of 2026. You go in a 5-year start to finish, and NEASC comes back, and they call it a decennial seminar, which is almost like halfway through the year. And they're just going to come to our school for 3 days, and they're going to make sure that what we agreed on is exactly what we're doing. It's embedded in our school improvement plan, but also give us some feedback on what we need to do for the next 2.5 years before they come back to our school. During that meeting, we will talk about some of the feedback that we received over the last few years. We had both in-house surveys that went to staff and students, but we also partnered with Youth Truth that went to our staff, it went to our students, and it went to our community, just to get a sense as to really what's happening in the lens of all 3. And from there, that is where our school improvement plan derived from. So our first goal, it talks about creating a safe, orderly, and respectful environment for students and a collegial and collaborative culture among teachers. And the focus area there is belonging. So some of our initiatives are going to be increase positive behaviors and relationships. The focus has to be fostering a positive, connected school culture with both our students and staff. It's very, very important. We also want to empower our students as equal learning partners. We have to focus on giving students a voice in their education and the overall school environment. And last, we want to observe and benchmark some of our best practices. Where we will focus on is researching effective policies and practices that are used by comparable schools. Our next goal is about employing intentional practices for improving teacher-specific and student-responsive instruction. Our focus area embedded in this is learning opportunities. Our strategic initiatives will include some standardized feedback and instructional practice, and we will focus on improving instructional quality and student performance through consistent feedback methods. We will also create and deliver rigorous standard-based curriculum. The focus will be to implement high-quality, rigorous curriculum across all classrooms. And I say that because the focus needs to be on all classrooms. Sometimes you get lost in the shuffle where you just focus on your math, your science, your social studies. Everything needs to be embedded in all of our classes. And last, we want to facilitate some cross-curricular collaboration. The focus will be to promote collaboration among departments to create cohesive, integrated learning experiences. So really, I can sum all this up, and I'm going to use a sports analogy. It's all about the planning and execution. It's very, very important. So when you're talking about lesson planning, you plan the lesson, you execute the lesson, but then how do you go back and you understand, do the students really know what you're doing? And I use student work as probably the best analogy. It's like the X's and O's. It's like looking at film as a football coach. If you really want to know if the students understood what you did, you need to go back to the student work. And we need to allow our staff to be able to collaborate and look at student work, then go back to the drawing board and redraw out what that lesson really entails. There's always ways that we can fine-tune our lessons, and we really have to go back and realistically look at our lessons and understand if what we're planning in 60 minutes is realistic, and then are we delivering it in a way that the students understand it, and then to follow that, what's the evidence to show that the students really understand it? And the number one piece is student work. I will say that there's a quote that I have taken from a gentleman named John Diarra. I'll say it right now because I can't steal his quotes. He is a former superintendent, a former principal, former president of Teachers 21. He's just one of those Massachusetts educational gurus that when he speaks, you listen. And what he advised all educators to do is to do two things, and I do this as well. When you build a lesson, you ask yourself two questions. One, to what degree are students learning new and important concepts? And to what degree are students engaged in the learning process? You may have classes that you're engaged and you're doing jumping jacks and somersaults, but are you really learning anything? And on the flip side, the students might be so engaged, but are you really focusing on important concepts? And I think the biggest feedback that we could give our staff is to go back to your lessons and ask yourself those two questions each and every day. This year, a huge focus at our school is all about the lesson planning. Our third goal is about establishing a community of practice through leadership, shared responsibility for all students, and professional collaboration. This focus area is the systems and structures at the high school. Initiatives will include the creation of standardized curriculum and assessments. The focus has to be on establishing consistency in teaching and grading across common courses. We also need to improve our marketing at the high school. Our focus is going to be to ensure that students and families are fully aware of and can easily explore all available programs and courses at Barnstable High School. You heard our students talk about the multiple pathways, and that's great. Those are students that are in the building. We need the outside to understand really what those pathways are. And last, to clarify structures and expand program pathways. We need to organize and communicate the school's structure better while systematically reviewing and expanding some of the academic pathways that we currently have. Someone said it, and I'll say it again. We are the flagship school in the Cape. Point blank. We're the largest school in the Cape. We offer the most pathways. We offer the most AP classes. We offer the most athletic teams, the most clubs, extracurricular activities, the most supports for students in need. I don't understand why there's a question. Why families would question to go anywhere else but Barnstable? We offer the best. So what is preventing our families to not just stay in Barnstable, but why aren't we gravitating some of the families from outside? And I will say this year, we have had some families that have come from other schools that want to come here, school choice. We need to make sure that the community and everyone in the Cape understands really what we have to offer, because again, we are the flagship school of the Cape. And the last goal is all about facilities. Our goal is to create and implement a long-term facilities plan that will guarantee access and a full continuum of services to every student. To start, improving facility management and safety. What we will do is focus on establishing accountability for facility conditions and student and staff safety during all school-sponsored activities. We started with the bistro, and we need to complete and launch the culinary facilities. This will allow us to deliver a fully functional, high-quality, professional-grade culinary learning environment for some of our pathway students. And we also need to reduce operational costs and extend building life cycle. The focus will be to transition facility management from reactive maintenance to proactive, long-term capital planning to maximize structural life and fiscal efficiency. So from a facilities perspective, and I'm not the Mona Lisa Vito of facilities as she was of cars, but I have a sense as to what's important in facilities. And I will start off by saying that I do want to praise our facilities. I want to praise our custodians. I want to, anyone in that department, they work hard. If you need proof, come to our building in a hot July day where they're stripping floors and wax and it's 90 degrees. They work very, very hard. But the question is are we working smart? Are we working efficiently? Are we going back and doing our checks and balances? And I think we're doing a much better job, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And facilities is a very reactive job, right? There's always going to be a patch that needs to be filled. There's always going to be a sink that needs to be tightened. There's always going to be a screw loose at the school. But what we want to do is get so close to being a proactive facilities, but understanding that it's always going to be reactive because things are always constantly coming to the attention of our facilities and our custodial staff. What we did at the beginning of the year is we sent something out to all of our staff and asking them, what are concerns that you have in the building? And we have about a list of 96 concerns, some of which have been concerns 2, 3, 4 years. Speaking with Doug, speaking with John at the school, our goal is by the end of the year, we want to reduce that list from 96 to 20, but also understanding that that could be a proactive approach, but we still have to be reactive with the everyday things that are happening, with the bathrooms, with the hallways. I really think that we'll be able to put a large dent into some of the concerns that we've heard time after time. And again, I just want to thank the custodians and facilities. They do work hard. There's no doubt about it. But I think we can work a lot more efficiently and we can work together. We can all do a better job, and it starts with me as the building principal. So that is our school improvement plan for the year. A lot of it is similar to last year, but some of our initiatives have changed based on feedback and based on some data that we received from the MCAS and from our own internal database from attendance, from midterms and final exams. So I hope for a wonderful year. We've had a great start to the year, but I'll be the first to say that there's a lot of improvement ahead, and it starts with me as the building principal.
Thank you. Jen, comments, questions?
Yes, thank you. Great presentation. You know, when you speak, there's always so much hope in your message, which I love. And I agree with you about marketing. I think that's been like really the biggest hole. In the time that I've been involved in town government, we haven't marketed. We've depended upon principals to market. But hopefully with Pierce Cote now, we have an opportunity to do that. And I'm going to go back to what Peter said. We got to have clean bathrooms.
Absolutely.
And so there's just consistent stuff that has to be at a higher level to have the envoys come in tonight. And I'm proud of them for speaking up, because, it was something I said when I first got elected. I want to hear that, because that is something that if we're to be proud of our facilities, then we need to have clean facilities. It's very basic. And I know you know that, and I appreciate the custodial services that we do have, but I didn't know that this was the third largest building on Cape Cod. That's insane. And I agree, there's a lot of ways we can improve, but that one thing, if we're going to have a marketing firm out there saying Barnstable is the best, it better be cleaner. And I love that you take a bite out of facilities. It's the elephant in the room. It's a really hard and daunting and unending discussion that we're having about the size and the quality and the deterioration in some cases of our facilities. But as far as the academics are concerned, I think you're doing a great job. I love that you take kind of a litmus test and see what rises to the top and what sinks and make decisions based on that. And I'm happy you're at the helm over there, and I look forward to good things.
Thank you. If I could say one more thing with our student envoy, the fact that they were able to speak up, I think shows a level of trust, and I really commend them and all the students to speak up. It's not a punishment if you tell us stuff that we need to know, and it's definitely not a punishment to hold us accountable for the things that need to be fixed. So I just want to commend them for saying things, and for all the students that are listening, please speak up. We need to know. Your voice is louder than anyone else in the building.
Questions, Andre?
Yes, again, thanks for the presentation. Just to start where, colleagues have left off, working smarter, not harder. Okay, first things first, said about the SROs, our staff at the high school, the custodial staff, they're tremendous. They work very hard. They're committed to the school. It's a huge school, so they do a lot of things behind the scenes, and just to dispel the perception that when there is an issue, that's not reflective of the entirety of the building and all the things that go into the custodial services and the maintenance and the upkeep of the building, right? We talk about our facilities in Barnstable and building a new school and, our aging facilities. The high school was renovated 25 years ago. We just had our 25th reunion, so I was there when the renovations were taking place. But the building dates back to the post-World War II era. There's a bunker underneath, all right? That's when the building was, it's an older building. We don't necessarily think about it like that, but it is. And so some of these maintenance things and these, it just relates to the realities at hand. Specific to the bathrooms, though, that's one thing where, and again, being a teacher in the, I feel maybe we can deploy resources. How the custodians are doing the good work they're doing cleaning, maybe they start with the restrooms and then maybe get to the classroom. Because again, I'm there in the building like many other people. I know they're working overnights. They're there doing the work. But possibly before you clean this hallway of classes, maybe take care of these restrooms in this part of the building where we know it's going to be high traffic.
Sure.
I was at the Dig Yellow game. The place was packed. It was a great Barnstable DY. And I know the custodians are working, but instead of taking care of the 1600s, let's take care of these bathrooms first, make them pristine, spotless, do that work, and then go over there. Things like that. And for, bottom like the student, that you're on it in terms of discipline. You're on it in terms of connecting with students, giving them a sense. But, there's always going to be that certain percentage that's just hanging out in the bathroom doing what they shouldn't be doing. Well, let's clap down on that. Let's increase some of those, not slap on the wrist and you're back again. No, this is an issue. You guys got to be out of there so we can address it. And I have no doubt that you'll be on that. You noted one of your heroes, that you have heroes and you're still striving as the lead educator, right? Something modeling for the students. But the concept should be new and that they should be engaged. Those two basic things. Okay, and I'll just conclude. Lesson plans for educators, it's a buzzword, right? I'm already buried with work, and now but I don't think that's how you mentioned it. I think you talked about lesson plans vis-a-vis like data and looking at like, is this engaging the students or is it not engaging the students? Right? Teachers don't always want to have to be burdened with lesson because it's just another chore, but if it's through the lens of being a better educator, a higher quality educator, getting them engaged, less behaviors, I'm all for it. So I think that's how you were kind of speaking about that. So those are my thoughts. Good work.
Thank you.
Nice presentation. I have nothing else to add. I fully support what you're doing over there, Jason. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do, I like the piece about common grading across common courses. I think that's also important, where you said that they'll collaborate to evaluate. That keeps all the students on a level playing field.
Absolutely.
Which is terrific. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you,
Appreciate
everyone.
it.
Go Red Hawks.
All right. right. I'm taking a look at the agenda, and we're getting late into the evening, and we have some staff who are here. I would like to move to complete the facilities business, 5152, before we move on to the rest of new business.
I'll second that, sure.
All right, having a motion and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Now I got to wake the people up in the back. They weren't expecting this. Thank you. All right,
Thank
so
you.
Item 5.1 is the facilities update for Barnstable Intermediate School.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. Of course, Doug Boulanger, Director of Facilities. I believe we're going to talk about Barnstable Intermediate School, which is grades 6 through 7. Basically, as we're going to come here each month and talk about each school, I kind of wanted to, and talk with Dr. Ahern, we talked about getting into an outline. And I know that Jenna talked about if we wanted to embellish this more going forward, we can on some of the schools. I know some of the older schools, there'll be a little bit more that I want to talk about, and there'll be more that I want to dive into cost-wise. But for this exercise for this evening, I'm just going to talk about the basically what we've completed at BIS and what our future plans are. So starting off, the population, student enrollment is approximately 585 students at this school. Teachers and staff make up approximately 124 individuals there. Some of the facility projects that we recently completed, we've updated the generator and the new automatic transfer switch in the spring of 2025. We've added a new fence around that generator. We've replaced the library carpet and new carpet tiles with new carpet tiles in the summer of 2025. The interior wall resurfacing along some of the exterior walls along the east wall of the second floor. That took place this summer and fall. That was kind of due to some issues that we found when we had environment go in there and do some testing. So we're still working and completing that. And we were also able to finalize and award the HVAC contract for that school. The facilities products that we're planning for 25, 26, we're going to mill and repave the front apron along the curb, along the front of the school to address the puddling and watering drain off. It's approximately about 20 feet out from the curb and probably 200 to 250 feet down the front of the school. We just got drawings for that, and I'll be going out and getting quotes on that. So that's a project that's going to be put into the works. We're going to be doing a complete replacement of the rooftop HVAC units, including new VAV boxes, which are variable air velocity boxes. We're going to change out pretty much all the exhaust fans, and this will include cleaning of all the ductwork and vents. Project engineering, a kickoff meeting took place a couple weeks ago with myself and the engineers and the contractor. Ordering is underway. Minor interior work may begin the spring of 26, but the rooftop unit placement is scheduled for late spring, early summer. And that's due to limit the school disruption to that school. And more to come on that. Door and hardware replacement, we're going to replace about 18 to 20 exterior doors. With that, we'll be including some new RFID card readers for that school. The front main entrance vestibule work, we talked a little bit about that earlier. You were talking about the visitor management setup. Unfortunately, that vestibule is wide open to the elevator. So it doesn't exactly give you that visitor management that we want. So in the drawings that's going out to bid, we'll be adding a new glass partition inside of that vestibule. Of course, we'll be putting in some new flooring in that vestibule, and we'll create that proper visitor management system and setup. The gym floor replacement has been moved to the summer of 2026. There were some issues with the material that's in the existing floor. We're having that tested. And now it's, of course, the disruption to the school. So we move that to the next summer. a new roof over the entire school. Waiting to hear back, as you all know, from the MSBA before moving forward. Hoping to hear back on both the high school as well as the school later this month. Of course, this roof is desperately needed to be replaced. You'll see that also in the CIP reports. There's also going to be a new PA system, which is a part of the district-wide upgrade. This PA system also help district-wide. I'm looking forward to working with the new executive director of infrastructure and IT on that and getting that up and running and out to bid. And then we're also working on the JV and softball fields and redesigning and engineering those. Drawings and concepts will be coming out the spring of 2026. Any questions?
Jen?
A comment maybe, and I don't know, I'm floating it to the committee. Would it be more helpful, or would it be helpful to have dollars attached to these projects in the spirit of discussing future repairs on renovations and things like that on buildings as we discuss facilities? For me, it would be. I don't know. I just wanted to throw it out there. Thank you, Doug. I appreciate your work. Thank you.
Jen, I just want to remind everybody, so everything that's in this report, we do have the numbers for those.
I'm aware, but I'm trying to make a cohesive document that we can discuss facilities and whether or not we see there's a need for a new school or not. And I find that if we're hopping between documents, looking for things on a CIP or a written narrative, like what's more helpful as far as the way the information's digested. I'm aware it's all in the CIP, but I just wanted to, I'm asking for feedback from you guys as to what you think. Thank you.
Andre?
Yeah, two questions. The front main entrance vestibule work that possibly mirrors what we have at the high school, the timeline for that?
We're trying to compose myself. We've had an architect that's gotten involved in this project that is not exactly jumping. So it's been very difficult. The drawings are done, specifications are done, bid documents are done, but there's still a few things that are still missing. So we need to go out to bid, and I'm looking to get this project done through the winter on some of the exteriors that we can do, but the vestibule work will probably be next spring.
Okay, that's good to hear. Positive feedback about the system at the high school, and now moving it down to the intermediate school makes sense further on.
And as Dr. Ahern said, we would like to try and implement that at all the schools, and to do this visitor management properly. They kind of sometimes call it a man trap, but you can't go any further. You can enter into the vestibule, and if your credentials are not, correct, or if you're not the person that should be picking up this child or what have you, you can't go any further. And that's what we want. We don't want them to sneak in through another door. So it's basically they're going to turn around and leave, or they can continue on. So the whole setup is really like an in entrance and an exterior, in and out kind of vestibule. So that's what we're working on.
It's an additional layer of security.
Correct. Correct.
It's proactive. Excited to hear the gym floor at the intermediate school. That's going to be a project for the upcoming summer. Again, that floor has been there since the 70s or whenever the building. That was the gym floor years ago. So I think the people in the community, our youth basketball programs use that. Many community groups use that. So to hear about a new floor at the intermediate school, positive development. So thanks for including it.
Thank you.
Peter?
Yes, thank you, Doug. Jen, I like your idea, if you want my 2 cents. It's just easier to envision, I guess. I know the roof is in trouble over there, and you used the word desperate. Is it leaking currently?
It does. It leaks occasionally,
Yeah.
depending on where it's coming in. But it's a ticking time bomb.
Yeah.
It's compromised. It's not in the Swiss cheese style that the high school is in, with a lot of patches. But it's just, if you've ever walked up on that roof and know it, it's very compromised.
Understood. And the JV and softball fields in the back, are they currently being used at all, or is it?
The JV field out back, I believe, is just for practice.
Just
But
practice,
there was always
yeah,
talk
yeah.
about when we do the
It was in
softball.
rough condition,
It's
yeah.
in rough condition. They did some work to it this summer. We cleaned up a little bit, and added some more clay material to I think one of the near the third base. But the softball field will be the main focus. Well, but while we're looking at the softball field, then it'll also kind of include some work over at the JV field.
Yeah, those fields definitely need work. Thank you.
All right, and thank you. I have no questions.
Thank you.
So we will continue with item 5.2, the capital improvement plan.
So what I've shared with all of you is basically the past, the present request going in this year, and then the future 3 to 4 years forecasted out. I don't think I need to necessarily go through the top, which is the past fiscal year 26 CIPs. These have been approved and funded. We talked about them, I think, last month on these projects that are where they were, what the status was, and where they are. So I'd like to jump down to, if it's all right, to the CIP request being presented for approval and that are going to be presented for fiscal year 27. The first one, and these are not necessarily the priority, but they're set up in the priority that I felt if anyone was to come off or move up, we could. But number one is that the BHS, the exterior shell, of course, is the entire roof replacement. We've been talking about this. We understand that we've had some money in there for the design services, but this ask is, and if I'm understanding this, the statement of interest is a reimbursable. So this 13.3 pretty much has to be out there. So that's the first one, 13.3 million. And the second one is the complete new HVAC at BUE. BUES is the complete new HVAC system. This one is looking at, now we're looking at some different options with that school. It's in the design phases now and in the actually investigation phases. We have received a grant on this one that could be between 2.7 and 3.7 coming for us. We can talk a little bit more about that if you want now, or we can wait. It's to switch the building over to all electric and foregoing the gas furnaces. It would also, we could get rid of the chiller. It could get rid of, the building would basically be brought into the modern times and basically, I think, majorly help with the moisture conditions that are at that school. The next one is the BPS mechanical upgrades. This is something that, I'm just mentioning it here, this is year 3. We've been having it out there, some mechanical upgrades to do a lot of the furnaces, plumbing, pumps, gears. Right now, I'm actually having a major issue at BWB. That's being covered by last fiscal year's CIP. So it's to bring a lot of the mechanical equipment that's in the boiler room up to speed. The next one down, of course, this is year 2. We asked last year, it's the HVAC repairs and upgrades, bringing each piece of equipment more efficient, and that's what that ask is for. Now we go to the interior locker room renovations. This has been ongoing. There's been design for them, but this is at the high school, the locker room renovations. And this would be to remodel and renovate the locker rooms at the high school. Number 6 and number 7 are IT ask for infrastructure. It was a continuation of our equipment replacement switches. This was a 4-year ask. So this is year 2 ask for replacing the switches and the correct. And then the next one is security camera upgrades and maintenance. This is maintaining the cameras, upgrading where we need to. And this was a 5-year ask. This is also year 2. And then you'll see the forecast for year 2, 3, 4, and 5. Masonry repairs, exterior shell. This is district-wide. So there's masonry repairs that are needed at the high school. There's masonry repairs needed at HW, High West. There's masonry repairs at BCIS. So grouping this into it's easier to just kind of get one contractor and bundle the schools. So that's why we're asking that under a BPS ask. Digital controls, the upgrade, number 9. This is for the HVAC digital controls. Right now, we are doing the high school, Centerville, and High West. This ask is to take care of the remaining schools, which is, I think, BWB, PCIS, and the Cobb. But what's not needed in this will be, of course, BUE and BIS, because those digital controls will be included in the new equipment. Number 10, we talked about is for grounds, paving, patch, and parking drives. We had it broken out through different schools to patch and pave. This is combining them all as a BPS grounds, patching and paving. Again, combining them all, I'd rather talk to one contractor, put it out to bid or to quotes, and then basically to be able to take care of 2 or 3 schools at a time. And then the last one, of course, is the BIS entire roof replacement. And we're having that on here as we would need to, because that's also a statement of interest with the MSBA. And that's $4.4 million for that roof on that one. Any questions so far?
One. Is that a realistic number for the locker room renovations? Because I think that's been held steady, and I'm concerned about.
It's an
making
additional,
sure.
Unfortunately, this doesn't go back to, I think there's some money from fiscal year 23 for the locker room, so this is an addition to that. So I think we have like 1.1 as
So it's
the young lady
sufficient,
said,
though.
this would be an additional, so
Okay.
I'm looking at like a 1.5 renovation. So this would bring us total.
Right, okay. I thought it seemed low, but I couldn't remember how it was tied in.
Can I jump in for 1 second?
Sure.
Just want to talk a little bit about the capital here. There are 3 projects that I just want to sort of emphasize. As Doug had noted, BHS and BIS we're including here the entire anticipated cost for the roof replacements, with the idea that if we are awarded the statement of interest, the state will kick in approximately 35%, and there's a whole formal process to then become engaged with the state. But we thought that it would be better to be inclusive here because these roofs need to get replaced. And so if the state comes forward and does not support the accelerated repair statement that we put in, we need to move forward. Doug has been talking about how compromised they are. The other project that I just want to make a highlight of, in part because we have a very talented staff member here with Sean Hogan, who works in Dave Anthony's office as part of the asset management division. And Sean is here because he has secured a Mass CEC grant that Doug had been referring to. And it's actually in your packet for an acceptance later on when you accept grants, gifts, and donations. It's a $2.7 million grant. The award letter of that grant is in your board docs. There was recently a big celebration at the state level up in Quincy, and Katri had attended to sort of represent Barnstable in having received this award. Sean works very closely with Dave. He is always an ally with us, looking for ways in which to find money for the town and school efforts that go towards sustainability and energy and green resources. And so the grant that he obtained with Doug's collaboration would fully electrify BUES. And I think the expectation, and John's here to talk a little bit about it, is that it might be a little more expensive up front, but then pay dividends later on in a multitude of ways. And Doug, you would know this, he comes here and talks a lot about the facilities, but in his mind, it's been an educational opportunity. And so Doug pointing out the ways in which students could become involved in this project and really learn about some of the future forward thinking related to how we design our buildings and heat and cool them in ways that are more sustainable. So Sean, I just want to introduce you, if you don't mind, because I did ask you for a little bit of information. Sean works, as I said, for the Asset Management Division. He's very highly accomplished in his educational background with a master's in urban planning, a master's in international relations, several graduate certificates, all of which are from Tufts, and a background in earth science and economics from UNH. So Sean's here to answer any questions. It is a very big grant that we received. It is kind of unique in terms of the collaboration with the town in doing it, and we appreciate his support.
Hi, I'm not sure exactly what I can add beyond what Doug mentioned, but the grant is from Mass CEC, Clean Energy Center. It's to redo the HVAC system at BUES and replace it with heat pumps. And so we eliminate the boilers and potentially get more individualized control in the various rooms, save a good chunk of money, about $500,000 over the lifetime of the project in gas. And it'll also enable us to, in the future, power the building autonomously if we choose to pair it with solar, because it'll be fully electric. So, and there's also the potential to get another $1 million or so from Mass Save when we start the design phase, but we can't enter into discussions with that. With a Cape Light Compact, would be the entity helping us administer that until we've got equipment selected. So.
And Sean, does this also help us with West Villages, and we're making that like a campus? A lot of this green work, correct?
Well, I mean, my initial proposal was for a whole microgrid and for that entire campus and to electrify both schools and to introduce battery power and solar. I asked for about $5 million, and there wasn't enough money, and they were willing to give us $2.7 million. So I cut a lot of the stuff for West Villages to focus on the existing capital project that we have. But long term, if we go in this direction, a microgrid, like campus-like structure, is something that this could be a part of.
Thank you.
Questions, Jen?
Thank you for your contribution. That's incredible. I love it. Keep up the good work. And how can you have all those degrees when you're only like 26?
So handsome and accomplished.
Andre?
Thank you, and I appreciate the energy at this phase of the meeting. And no, it's visionary and gives us an idea for one school, but then to put forth, the greater vision and to really, kind of fight for that as well. So thank you.
Yeah, and keep up the good work. Keep it going.
Think about the schools all the time.
Yeah. Thank you both. Appreciate all your work.
All righty, thank you.
I will move to approve the FY27 capital improvement plan as presented in tonight's material.
Second.
Having a motion made and seconded, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion approves unanimously. All right, thank you. All right, so we're backing up, and we're now at item 4.3, superintendent evaluation process. We're all veterans here, so just as a reminder, the process begins with one-to-one meetings. If you haven't scheduled your meeting yet, please make sure you do so as soon as possible. And then that is followed by each member completing the written evaluation, and those you should receive within a few days. And those written evaluations should be returned to Jen by October 24th. And then Jen compiles them. She just takes everything that we do and puts it into one document. And then at the November meeting, we present the summary results and for your evaluation. All right, any questions about the process? Okay, item 4.4, superintendent evaluation evidence.
Great, thank you. In your packet, I have presented evidence towards evaluation, and I'll go through it briefly tonight. to demonstrate to you and the community ways in which I've been working towards the goals. As I always say, this is a collaborative effort. I don't do anything or most things by myself. It is a leadership team, and it's through principals and directors and others that work really gets done for students. I need the clicker. So the evaluation process is a cycle. This is evidence towards the summative evaluation, which will then inform my self-assessment and goals that get proposed in November based on your feedback. My evaluation is comprised of 2 professional goals, student learning goal and a professional practice goal. Just like educators, all of our educators have these 2 goals. As a leader, we then have district or school improvement goals that we're held accountable to. The state suggests 2 to 4, and we have 4 goals. And then evidence towards standards. We are advised by DESE to select 4 to 6 focus indicators, which we did last year. All of our administrators have focus indicators, and mine are aligned with theirs. And throughout the year, should concerns arise in other indicators, school committee members raise those concerns as part of a formative element. And I meet with committee members midway through the year for those conversations. In terms of my student learning goal, I have a hard time saying that I exceeded or met it. I have struggled with how this goal was written, but it was written as a 2-year goal. It has to do with accountability efforts and ways, whether or not we're improving towards the targets that the Department of Education has set for us. And so there was an interim measure, which is the second column in 2024, a target for 2025, and an outcome for 2025. And these numbers are out of 4, 0 to 4. And the goal, I think, was written to improve or sustain in 4 out of 6 areas. We have not, we've sustained most of these areas, but that means that we're not meeting the targets in English language achievement for non-high school grades or high school grades. This is from recently released MCAS accountability data that came out yesterday. English language arts growth has remained flat in terms of reaching targets at both the non-high school grades and high school grades. While we do very, very well, I will say, in terms of our non-high school students making progress in achieving language proficiency, this is a measure of improvement year over year. So going from 3 to 0 is a decline. However, I'm very pleased, but I will say that our elementary does very, very well in terms of students making their language proficiency targets, and I'd like to share that with you in a different venue. Our high school typically has not, but we are seeing improvement at the high school in terms of progress towards multilingual learners achieving language proficiency. So that number has gone from 0 to 2. So I would rank this as making some progress, not exceeding or meeting it, which would be how the goal was written. And we will present more about MCAS data in November. In terms of professional practice, the goal was related to facilities conditions, and this was a 2-year goal. My anticipation is that I continue to focus on facilities, but kind of tweak this going forward to be more instructional. But in terms of the facilities conditions assessment application and all the facilities work, sorry, it's getting late, so I feel like I'm rambling. I continue professional development in the area of facilities with MSBA. We completed the installation of the portables at High West and BCIS, considered additional portables at BWB, but eventually ruled those out. I've been taking a very ongoing and hands-on approach to facilities, meeting regularly with Doug and Kotri and being on site, making multiple presentations with the facilities director. And I feel like we're starting to see some substantial project completion. I think it feels and has felt for some time like we we've been spinning our wheels and not really getting anywhere. But when Doug presented in September, sort of a portfolio of things, and to see the generator project be completed, that was not easy. That actually had a lot of challenges right out of the gate. But I think we're starting to build some momentum in terms of project completion. We submitted 2 statements of interest to MSBA, talked about the PD, and my participation in the facility subcommittee. And then that in the box was things that weren't planned for and were unexpected, which was addressing indoor air quality at BUES and subsequently at all schools. Putting together the environment RFP, the assessment, implementation, and communication reports, letters, and websites. So I would say that was a goal that was met. In terms of the first district improvement goal, I think we met most of our initiatives here. Through the evaluation of principals and their school improvement plans or their personal goals, they're all using Youth Truth in some capacity to inform their own improvements. And I personally used the Youth Truth data at Convocation to point out student perceptions of their learning. We wanted to reaffirm and communicate our practices, specifically in the area of Title IX, but not only. We updated our handbook and website and grievance procedures. We did so twice. One of the things that becomes an increasing challenge are sort of legal changes that we kind of ping pong between. And so we updated those things twice. And we worked with the policy subcommittee to put together a policy that doesn't need to be updated every time there's some legal changes. The vision of a graduate has been included in the instructional vision as part of the curriculum review process. And we worked with our leadership team over the summer to kind of come together and create a shared understanding of what that means before sending it out to departments. In terms of collaborating with the BTA, we mutually agreed to defer the joint labor management teams to 25-26. But we did have staff meet with BTA representatives to finalize the evaluation processes for AAs and paraprofessionals, which was a carryover from the year prior. In terms of collaborating with families and community organizations, I think a real highlight from last year was deepening our relationship and expanding the community mentor program, embedding some professional development for them through Suffolk University and having that be shared across the district with staff and leadership and students, developing into a student mentoring program and having students step into leadership roles with younger children. The attendance and data, disciplinary data that Doc and his team shared with you demonstrate that would be in your board docs. I can create a link if you'd like to see it again. Really demonstrate the impact that this program is having in terms of reducing disciplinary infractions and improving attendance. And one of the things you might not know about is how they've been working with Mary Beth Taylor as part of the McKinney-Vento program, doing summer outreach and support to students, which greatly helped with enrollment coming back to school and students having bus passes and being ready to hit the ground running when the school year started. As you heard tonight, we rolled out the CSTAG threat assessment protocol under Mary Beth's leadership. We arranged for PD this past summer on the standard response protocol and reunification. Last year we did that initial PD, but really expanded it this summer across the entire district. So I think that goal is met. I would say that we met our initiatives in the second goal, implementing year 1 of CKLA across our K-5 schools, and you hear a lot about that. We had intensive professional development through the district leadership team and with faculty and staff in grades 6 through 12 on supporting multilingual learners and really all learners for that matter in Tier 1 instruction. We did have conversations about what rigor means and what high expectations are, doing walkthroughs together and providing staff with trends and feedback. Meeting the Moment is something that was through the BAR grant, and with Jason's leadership, he's moving in a slightly different direction, I think kind of focusing more on some of the NEASC commitments, but I think that's a good thing. Defining the BPS MTSS model is a multi-year effort. It was initiated through the Department of Education. We have had a steering committee working on that with Kristen Harmon, and this will continue with, as noted in the current year district improvement plan, an outcome of a framework by August of '26. Completed a curriculum review cycle in 6 through 12 math and health and wellness, which you've seen tonight be talked about in terms of its implementation. We met all follow-up requirements for tiered focus monitoring through the Department of Ed. In terms of our program reviews, special education in particular implemented a number of recommendations, including having our preschool teachers all be duly licensed as early childhood educators and special educators. That was a effort across multiple offices and also included a lot of communication with the union as well. A curriculum was adopted for our ILC programs with Teach Town, and we thank you for the support of that to provide a standards-based, aligned curriculum for ILC classrooms across the district. I think special education has done a tremendous job in being creative and staffing the instructional assistants. That had been a huge barrier for leveraging our NEC program, but we've been pretty well staffed. We've been able to expand the NEC program to meet students' needs and also expand ILC classrooms to other buildings where they're needed. And I've personally worked with you and the district towards a different special education leadership model, and we're making strides there under one director's leadership. We completed the needs assessment of a dual language program possibility with TNTP as partners, and you saw with the innovation plan renewal, also consideration there. And then, as you know, DESE completed their district review. I do anticipate a final report within the next month or two. We have seen an initial draft of it, and we were able to provide fact-based changes that are needed. I think it was pretty fair, and we'll come back with many positives for the district and certainly some recommendations, because things are always a work in progress. I think that was largely a met goal. Goal 3 is around our workforce. We participated in the Educator Diversification Grant with the Department of Ed last year, focusing on the Community Mentor Program. They helped to support that. And I went with the team up to, I can't remember where we went, it's outside of Boston, to present our team's efforts towards creating a more inclusive culture for all through the Community Mentor Program. It was very well received. And actually we presented, did a similar presentation this summer at the Superintendent's Association conference, as I had mentioned. I was a speaker at the Future Teacher Signing Day, which is one of my favorite days of the year, when our teacher interns who are committing to education programs sign as we have athletes sign, and when they make their athletic commitments, celebrating the commitment they're making to and have them be celebrities of a sort as they go on to pursue education degrees. I worked with Falmouth and Sturgis over the course of the year to develop regional recruitment fairs. The first one is for students, and it's planned for this October, who are interested, who are Cape Cod students interested in being educators, just kind of coming together as in collaboration, and then planning one for January for community members who are interested in becoming educators. Particularly out of Kristen's office, supporting new teachers or new administrators who might be completing mentored internships required for licensure to promote career growth. As I mentioned, we had some focus in sustained professional development, which I think we're receiving good not universal. I mean, there's certainly some, it doesn't always meet the needs of everybody, but some good feedback on having PD that isn't this and this and this and scattered, but something that people can really have sustained over a period of time. And at the same time, continuing to expand PD offerings, particularly choice offerings on the Choice Day, as well as we ran a Portuguese class last year for educators who were interested, and we continue to promote opportunities through Massachusetts Partnership for Youth, which is actually a very low cost to the district but high quality professional development service. And our efforts towards recruiting, retaining, and developing a skilled workforce were highlighted as a strength in the district review. I linked there DESE staffing data. If you want to take a look at some of the data, we have increased the number of Hispanic and Latino educators in particular, which has nearly doubled in 2 years, going from something like 24 to 42 individuals, and our teacher retention rates continue to exceed state averages. And lastly, the fourth goal is around facilities. And I think we spent the year ushering in major leadership change in the facilities department. And as a result, a lot of things might not be seen, but there's been a lot of conversations behind the scenes around building a better system, quite frankly, building a better facilities department system, from how things are filed and categorized, to how projects get scoped and bidded, and making sure that things are from a project standpoint sort of conceived of in the highest leverage way. So those aren't always things that get seen, but a lot of work's been done to set a better foundation, which is maybe an appropriate analogy for a facilities goal. As I had mentioned, we had the unexpected response to indoor air quality across the district, and I think we're doing great work there. I think we're leading, quite frankly, and we're pretty assertive and on top of things and out front. What I will share is anytime I see exhaust being something on the list, you got to take care of it. Exhaust, making sure that we're maintaining our HVAC and taking care of that exhaust is a huge thing. So we're starting to see some momentum with capital project completions. I had already mentioned the portables, the statements of interest, supporting the facilities department in their completion of the MSBA facility survey, and participating on the subcommittee. In terms of the superintendent's rubric, I'll be brief. The first one is on instructional leadership, and I have maintained many of the typical practices last year that I had in my first 2 years, regularly visiting schools, conferring with the principals, walking through classrooms, using our BDLT meetings to focus on feedback to staff, focusing on instruction, and then I take seriously the supervision and evaluation of principals and the feedback that they're giving to staff on instruction. As Kristen noted, and as I put in my newsletter, I'm planning a new practice, which is a day in residence, so spending an entire day in each of our buildings to really get a day in the life and see how it feels. Doing walkthroughs with curriculum leaders and curriculum coordinators and department heads, because it's not just principals who are providing important feedback to staff, but it's also our curriculum leadership. But I'm looking forward. I told the principals that they can have me sub, they can have me do lunch duty. I'm happy to do arrival and dismissal, but I do also want to have opportunities to meet with instructional leadership teams, meet with faculty and staff and students as well. In terms of evaluation, some of this is redundant to what I had just talked about. I think instruction and evaluation largely go together. Couple other things is in the evaluation process, trying to make things strategic and targeted, so the focused indicators that we set for administrators and teachers are done with an eye towards our goals and making sure that they're being leveraged to support our goals. And we continue to refine evaluation processes. This year, it was AAs and paras and some of our unaffiliated positions, including managers who don't have the DESE evaluation system. Management and operations, facilities as a professional practice goal. I supported principals with their new schedules, K-7, based on some collective bargaining agreement outcomes. And a major focus has been on the indoor air quality and shifting the culture towards preventative maintenance. Human resources management, I would point to all of the evidence that was associated with the district improvement goal, working with school and town departments to improve and streamline processes and procedures, including finance, HR, payroll, data, and our school sites. Begin the process to reorganize special ed leadership. With your support, creating two budget neutral but different positions organizationally with the Executive Director of Technology and Executive Director of Multilingual Learners, which I think will bring more cohesion in both of those departments. And we completed the BAO negotiations. Family and community engagement. I think much of this is the same as last year. A couple things that I would point out that I haven't mentioned so far would be support of the Family and Community Engagement Center. There was actually some renovations that happened over there. So working with Moira, working with Doug, working with the town and kind of communicating with them. But they have a nice space over there that is larger. They're able to accommodate more families. They're able to accommodate a bit of a I don't know what they call it, but like a closet for families who need clothing or backpacks or shoes. So they have that there for them, and then expanding the community mentor program we talked about. In terms of professional culture, commitment to high standards, mission and core values, felt like this was a good place to put the budget development. It was a difficult budget, but really trying to align the budget really in any district should be or is a reflection of your values and your priorities, particularly when you have to make difficult decisions. And the mission and core values drive our meeting agendas, including retreats and our BDLT meetings. I'm happy to provide some examples of agendas about how the meetings are run. But we have a weekly central office team meeting for us to touch base. We have the retreats and orientations, including new administrator and new teacher orientation, a biweekly meeting of central office and principals, a monthly meeting of those folks, plus curriculum directors. You've seen me share my approach to convocation with you, and then how we arranged for the district review. And for shared vision, I think a big piece of that last year was the shared professional development that all administrators went through, myself and Kristen and our team included, and then visiting PD for staff during the school year to be a part of it with them, and then participating in how that manifested in classroom walkthroughs and providing feedback. So those are just some highlights from the year. I am happy and would respectfully ask if there's anything that I'm missing or you want to see more of, that you give me an opportunity to send you anything to supplement this, or if you want any backup documentation, I'd be happy to share it with you either in advance or when we meet.
Thank you. So I would think that this sets the groundwork for our one-to-one meetings, and any questions or comments could be addressed at that time. Thank you again. Okay. Item 4.5, approve facilities administrative assistant job description.
Thank you. So there's a revised job description for the facilities administrative assistant. We have a retirement and a vacancy. We have posted this as anticipated, but wanted to bring you the revised job description for formal approval. The salary range is consistent with the salaries of administrative assistants with similar job functions in the central office, school administration building. Doug has updated this job description and modeled it after both two of our admin assistants at the school administration building, the one doing kind of payroll and student services, and then the other for Medicaid. Both are very financially focused, and so we would ask for your approval, and we are eager to fill the role. Big shoes to fill, though.
I move to approve the Facilities Administrative Assistant job description as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
Having a motion made and seconded, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 4.6, suspend policy BGB policy adoption for item number 4.7.
I move to suspend policy BGB policy adoption for item 4.7 on tonight's agenda.
Second.
So the reason that we're suspending it is because the revision that was made was based on recent DESE mandates, and this policy needs to be adopted to meet their deadline. All right, so any discussion? The one thing that we're on item 4.7, sorry. Revised policy JFA, admissions policy for vocational technical education programs. This revised policy relates to the recent mandates from DESE. The revisions were vetted thoroughly by key stakeholders, and Sarah can speak to that, who gave input better than I can. The language, before Sarah speaks, is in line with what's actually been occurring in the district for the most part, so there shouldn't be any implementation concerns. Sarah?
Yeah, I can describe that a little bit more. I think you need to take a vote on 4.6.
Oh,
still.
Sorry. I'm sorry, it's late.
Yeah.
Going back to 4.6, I apologize. There was a motion made and seconded to suspend policy BGB. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. And then let's go on, and I gave an explanation, but if we could have the motion, then we'll have.
Sure. I move to revise policy JFA admissions policy for vocational tech education programs as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
Okay, so I gave the explanation behind that, and Sarah, if you want to speak about the stakeholders who provided us input.
So we currently have this policy related to our vocational program, particularly the environmental science and technology program. What's been done is it's just been updated based on some new DESE expectations. A lot of it's the same and reflects our practice, but there were a few things that they had expected to be included. And I think a big piece is around equal educational access to vocational education. And so we are not, a lot of places are revising this. There's a big push to revise it at the college, the vocational schools like Cape Cod Tech and Upper Cape Tech. But we have a Chapter 74 program, so ours is coming in line with the state expectations as well around equal access. And Andrew Vince, in particular, I'll just note this, we now have a CTE associate principal at the high school, and I think that there's great opportunities to strengthen and expand these programs. And you heard the students talk about the pathways tonight. I think this is really going to become more alive and more well known with carving out this position. Anyway, he and Albert Mercado, guidance department head in particular, weighed in a lot on this policy along with Kristen. So recommend that you approve it, and we have to submit it to the state by November 1st.
Any discussion? All right, having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item 4.8, create policy IKFE competency determination. This is a first read. This is a new policy related to the recent mandates from DESE due to the elimination of MCAS as a criteria for graduation. I would ask that you send all your feedback before our next policy subcommittee meeting, which is October 17. And item 4.9, revised policy IKF graduation requirements. This, again, is a first read. There are not significant changes. Primarily, we've eliminated language that was specific to past graduation years when changes were made, and the differences based on the graduation years had to be noted. The other change was to remove the competency language that was competency determination language that was added prior to us being required to have a separate policy. And that's because that language is shifting now into IKFE. So again, if you have, and read it carefully, if you have any feedback, please give it to one of the committee members before our next meeting, which is October 17th. So we're at finance, back to finance and facilities. We already took care of 5.1 and 5.2 when we rearranged the agenda. Item 5.3 is being moved to the November meeting, so we're at 5.4, which is approving compensation for before and after care coordinators. We'll take a motion and then do the explanation.
Let's see, I move to approve the compensation structure for before and after care coordinators as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
All right, so having a motion made, Kristen, do you want to speak to this? Okay, thanks.
So I believe in your packets there is a memo that I sent to the superintendent with this request. Our site coordinators who are oversee the before and after care program within each school, so they're responsible for all of the paperwork documentation from the EEC, scheduling, filling in when people are absent, staffing. So they're really the front line in terms of ensuring that things run smoothly at each site for our before and after care. So they have had the same pay rate, a flat hourly pay rate for the last 5, 6, 7 years. Every other position within that program has a pay scale that is adjusted by years of experience, 0 to 3 years, 4 to 8 years, and 9+ years. And so I'm recommending that we model that or adopt that model for our site coordinators and have a graduated pay scale for site coordinators as well, just to recognize their years in the role, but also hopefully keeping them in those roles as well, which I think is really important. Consistency of practice and the requirements of the EEC and bringing in a new person is really challenging. So I think it's in our best interest, and I think it's a recognition of the work that they have been doing. And I did check with Chris Dwelly, and the tuition that families pay can support this.
All right, any questions? All right, having motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 5.5, approve science, technology, education coordinator position.
I'll move to approve the science, technology, education coordinator position as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
All right, so discussion, do you want to frame this?
Yeah, so I'll frame it, thank you. So this is, I think, similar to some of the reorganization that we're looking to do with special education, but then creating leadership opportunities that are closer and more specialized to the people who are doing work in buildings. With the consolidation of the ed tech department with instructional technology, we've sort of lost a teaching and learning leader in that Beth Ann Orr, who had previously been in the technology director role, had had run department meetings and professional development for the science and technology education teachers. Since she has retired, Kristen has been taking on some of that work. And as we've considered specialization, as we've considered capacity, including the capacity of our pre-K to 5 teaching and learning director, we really think that for equity, parity, and specificity, that the science and technology teachers would be well served with a coordinator. So not be a department head. This is not somebody that supervises and evaluates, but somebody who coordinates those professional resources. It's approximately $4,084 stipend. We anticipate that it would be somebody internal to step into that. So kind of creating some parallel structures across the district, consistent with reorging that special education area as well.
Any questions or discussion? Having a motion made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 5.6, approve one full-time equivalent position, custodian position at Barnstable High School. We're going to do the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right, I'll move to approve a 1.0 full-time custodian position at Barnstable High School as presented in tonight's material.
Second.
All right, now discussion, go ahead.
This is a request from Doug Ballinger and the Facilities Department. As noted, I thought Barnstable High School was the largest building on Cape Cod, but I guess it's the third largest. It's still pretty big, and there's a lot of spaces to cover. One of the ideas that Doug has to provide some better coverage is to create a custodial position that is for the athletics area and surrounding classrooms. What we have now is we have custodians working overtime, so covering athletics is sort of an overtime shift. This would be somebody whose area is to cover athletics, which are happening all the time, in the surrounding classrooms and bathrooms, and providing some better coverage. It would be at least partially offset, hypothetically, with a reduction in overtime pay, because it would be somebody's regular, and the financing would come out of the facilities department.
Okay.
We are having, and I'll just add, one of my reluctance to adding additional custodial positions at sometimes in the past is that we haven't been able to fill them, so it was hard to justify carrying them on the books. We have been having some better luck recently in terms of filling our custodial spots. And Doug's been doing a lot of good work with the head custodians on training and standard operating procedures and standardizing some things across the district. So ask for your support with that.
Right. Any questions? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item
Chair, point of information. I do have my slides. Did you want to do them now?
No, we're in the middle. We're on number 5.7. We'll move them to the end of the meeting, please.
That works for
because
me, Chair. I just want to make sure we get to
Item 5.7, approve accounts payable warrant, fiscal year 26, warrant number 14.
I move to approve accounts payable warrant FY26 warrant number 14, the amount of $1,154,798.82.
Second.
Discussion. Having a motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Consent agenda, item 6.1, approve school committee meeting minutes of September 3rd. It also includes the fiscal year 26 grants, gifts, and donations.
Tonight's consent agenda includes, move to approve the item in the consent agenda as presented in tonight's materials.
Second.
Discussion? Having a motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Executive session. Move to go into executive session to reconvene an open session to do the slides. What?
Are we
Oh, okay.
not to reconvene?
All right. So can we move the slides so that you just post them for people?
Chair, I think it'd be better if I presented them as I've waited.
All right.
somebody have the clicker? Thank you so much. Doing this at the end of the meeting, it is what it is, so we'll move rapidly. Barnstable is a large, we are a dynamic and a diverse district, so every month there's a host of things to share with the community. So second grade students at Hyannis West Elementary have finished their tall tale unit. Students received an extra special treat from Paul Bunyan himself. This is at Hyannis West Elementary. We've heard a lot about Barnstable United Elementary School, which kicked off their excellent moon lander egg drops recently. 3, 2, 1 launch. Great job by all of the 5th grade astronauts. And thank you to the surprise visitors who helped with the splash downs. The egg drops at Barnstable United Elementary. Outstanding. Staying at BUES, our 4th and 5th grade students had a wonderful visit from the talented Barnstable High School performing arts students. They shared their love of music, demonstrated their instruments, and inspired our future musicians. Thank you so much to the Barnstable High School staff for showing the students the joy of being part of the performing arts. It has been a long meeting. This is still at BUES. But the club fair was mentioned earlier on. So thank you to the students who attended the club fair to explore the amazing clubs and organizations that Barnstable High School has to offer. There's something for everyone and a great way to connect yourself with what's going on at Barnstable High School, our club fair. I just wanted to give a shout out about the summer reading success. 442 students in grades K to 7 participated in summer reading, developing those foundational skills for early literacy. Summer reading success was a hit in Barnstable. College Day was noted. There's some athletic events that our students have that are in conjunction with College Day, but I want the community to be aware that on October 15th from 3:30 to 5:30 p.m. at Barnstable High School, the All Cape College Fair will be taking place. And please be sure to attend. Also taking place in October, Adolescent Mental Health Awareness. This is going to be on the 14th from 5:30 to 6:30. Again, in terms of what our young people are going through, particularly in this cyber age, I want the community to be aware of this event. Staying with cybersecurity, Wednesday, October 16th, 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. This will be vis-a-vis Zoom, cyber safety and security. I've seen these presentations. They're incredibly impactful in terms of what our young people are experiencing online, cyber security and safety. Celebration 2026. I participated in this over the last couple years. Just for people to be aware, this meeting is long since passed, and we are at the tail end of a very long meeting. But please connect with and be a part of the celebration meetings to keep this outstanding opportunity for our students going. Moving over to athletics. This is our girls flag football team. We are the lone girls flag football team on the Cape and Islands. It's a club team. This meeting was yesterday, but it's a point of pride in the district, and this program is growing. It's accelerating, and when it does become an MIAA sport, Barnstable High School will be well positioned for good success in girls flag football. Quite a bit to report as we conclude. Our athletic teams are outstanding. This is girls cross country participating in the Ocean State meet in Boston. Our girls cross country team off to a good start and running well. Award winning. Our boys cross country team, likewise, the same track event out there, participating, doing a good work, and having success. Give a shout out to our girls soccer team in a crosstown matchup against Falmouth. Quite a bit to report in athletics. Our boys soccer team, the #1 ranked team to begin the season vis-a-vis the Cape and Islands, playing outstanding. I was able to get over to the Nauset game, which they won resoundingly. Our boys soccer team. Girls field hockey this season. playing well. And to conclude, our football team is undefeated. Our JROTC have been at these events presenting the colors. Our cheerleaders and then the junior cheerleaders with the silver bullets have been tremendous. And the football team will be back in action on Friday. I'm getting my dates, it's getting late, against Milford High School in a very competitive matchup of two highly ranked schools. Thank you.
So I would move to go into executive session, not to reconvene an open session, to approve the school committee executive session meeting minutes of September 3, 2025, and a strategy session in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel and/or contract negotiations with non-union personnel, food services director, and facilities project manager.
Second.
Having a motion made and seconded, this is a roll call vote. Jen? Andre?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Move to adjourn the school committee meeting of October 1, 2025. 2025.
Is there a second? This is a roll call vote. Jen? Andre?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Thank you.